Hey everybody. Okay, I'm actually live now, and I'm just gotta fix a couple of things here because I had a problem. This is actually going to be public now. I had to change it because of some settings I had. So I'm going to actually fix my stand here. It's Ron Jackson. Send me anything, a video chat. Let me know that you can actually see me properly. Okay. If there's a problem seeing me, let me know. I'm going to actually have to put this camera down a little bit. And probably move this back a little bit. So I'm going to start a little bit late because I had an issue with my camera and my settings, so which was kind of stupid, but anyway. Technology. Let me see if I can fix this thing to make it look better. I might have to lower this a little bit. I'm going to have to get my guitar out here. I'll have to lower this a little bit so you can see me. Oh, see? A little high. That's a problem with YouTube. I can't figure this out. I have to lower this. Let me do this now. I'm setting up, everybody, so don't worry. We'll be good in a second. Send me a video chat in the stream here. Good. Patrick, how are you, man? And Devonite. Oh, cool. I finally caught you. Good. I'm going to fix this computer up a little bit here. I'm going to put a different thing on the floor here. So, guys, I had to actually, make this a public video because I've never done it before for my early access stuff. If you have a problem getting on, just go to my YouTube. I'm live now. And I had to resend an email with all this, and hopefully people will get it because I couldn't use the other link. So you can see me okay, I guess, huh? Let me fix this camera a little bit. So that's cool. I'm just fixing it up and starting, guys. It's supposed to be my background, and I'm gonna actually start in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to show up here, but I had to resend an email and get so it can get this live. But I'm actually live, and I've never done a public live on YouTube, but I had to change it today. Might as well do it once in a while. Hey, good. Hi, Brittany. Hello, I'm a new subscriber. Appreciate your videos. I'm self-taught for 10 years. Okay, good. Thank you. Everybody, this was supposed to be a private live link, but I had to change it because YouTube is really hard to set up, with the camera and stuff. So I'm going to pull my guitar out. You can see that okay, yes? I'll move back a little bit. I'll put this back a little bit. And, we're going to be talking about chord melody today. So I'm just setting up right now. And if you have any questions, please send me a message. I'll start with my 7-string guitar today. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to do that. So please send me questions here through the live chat, okay? Let me just change this a little bit. I'm going to pull my 7-string out right now. Let me just check a couple things here. If you have any questions, just send them to me already. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. I'll reply to you by actually, talking to you guys, okay? So that you can hear me, you know what I mean? And hopefully everybody got my new link because I had to change it up. I couldn't get my camera to work when I went live a minute ago from my private link, so I had to resend all the everybody everything. So I'm going to tune my guitar real quick, and then we'll get started. And if there's any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to construct chord melody, so we can go through some songs, things like that. I got 7 strings here, so well, I got a nice crowd for like a public live. I had to go live today public because I had an issue with my camera and my connection on YouTube. Seems like it's so hard to do things on YouTube sometimes. So I have 7 strings here. Oh, True 5-1. So Emir is my student. He's going to be coming over later. Great guy. I'm the half Filipino brother, and we're going to talk about different things here. But he said a 2-5. So if you do a D minor, well, I mean, I have my 7 string, so it might confuse everybody. But if I do 2-5, let's say regular 2-5. So if you do using tritone substitution, you just go. Okay, I'm just putting a D minor 7 to a D dominant 7 to a C major 7. So that's just a tritone substitution is actually when you get to the G7. Okay, the G7 is a G note right here, and it's a flat 5 away. Okay, what happened is the tritones right here, the flat 7 and the 3rd, and this is common with the D flat on the G. So look, the 3rd and 7 is on top, and the D flat 7 has a 3rd and 7, but it switches around. So this is the 3rd now on the D flat, and this is the flat 7 on the D flat. So they interchange. So that's how you make a tritone substitution. So instead of going C minor, D minor to G7, I can go D minor, D flat 7 to the C major 7. Okay. So that's a very common, substitution. And we can really get into this some more. But the thing is, that's cool about this. This helps you learn how to play stuff that's in altered. It makes you think about something different. And let me see who else is there. Liam. Hey, good morning, Liam. What tuner brand do you use? Okay, Joe. So Joe, someone's asking me about changing my link for today, but I'm live now. So look, this is my Peterson tuner. Look at this. Let me show you on the camera here. It's a strobe tuner, but they don't make these anymore. I endorse Peterson, and they make great tuners. Okay, but these Peterson tuners are strobe. They're the most accurate tuner you could buy. The military uses these things. Through the Peterson, they make these huge tuners that are like $3,000 that you can actually get. I would never need that. I just use the clip-ons, but they have a better version that I have that I use when I go do gigs. I leave this at home. This is kind of fragile, but this is very accurate for a clip-on. Now, you should know how to tune your guitar without a tuner too. I was doing a thing like that on TikTok. I have a bunch of fans on TikTok, and I've been doing that. So this is actually a live lesson that's actually live for the public today. Usually I release these later. These are for my Patreons and and people I invite, like that I have through a contest on Instagram. And today, it's all public because I had an issue with my Instagram. Oh, well, actually with YouTube, trying to get on. So hopefully people will be there. You want to be a good jazz guitarist? What do you want to say to me? I like this guy. Well, practice, get a good teacher. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. I'm telling you, it's only going to help you so far. looking at videos is only could take you so far. You need someone to look at you and say, look, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this. You need to work on this. I've always had teachers. I'm actually studying right now. I'm studying with a drummer about time and rhythm. So before we keep going, everybody, let me play you something because, this is chord melody. Today's about chord melody. So let me play you a couple of chord melody arrangements that I've worked out on the guitar that are, that aren't hard, that are fairly simple. I'm going to play it on 7-string. Now, this is one of my favorite tunes. This is called Time After Time. Okay. Everybody, how you doing? Hey, no problem, guys. You know what? This is actually public today because I messed up earlier, and when you work with YouTube, you gotta have your webcam set up like before you go live, and I hit the live button, so now I had to make this public. So I had to let everybody know that I had a different link that I'm going public, and hopefully, hey, Hey, thank you, Reggie. So let me respond to some of these comments. I'm going to respond out loud, so you could actually text me here, okay, and then I'll respond out loud to whoever's responding. So Reggie, Reggie says I'm a great guitar teacher. Thank you, Reggie. Reggie's been my student for like 2 years. He's learned a lot. He's a great student. You know, he's retired. He practices guitar all day, which I wish I could do. Hey, don't worry about being late. You're not late. I was late. Um, and Patrick says, "Shh, okay, just amazing. Thank you, Patrick. One man band. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. This is public now today because I've never done anything public, but today I had to because I messed up. So it's supposed to be a private link, but it's okay. So thanks for sharing such a great teaching content on YouTube. Greetings from the UK. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you like what you see here on YouTube, I'm going to get my little announcement thing here, wherever that thing is. Here it is. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. And please, definitely, this is the right way today. Please subscribe to me here, of course. And also, a lot of my Patreon fans are on here. So if you want to be on my Patreon account, please let me know, and I'll do. You can join that and get some music lessons pretty cheap for me. It's right here, Ron Jackson Music. I'm gonna put this on the camera. Oh, this is backwards here. Okay, I need to use this. Hold on, let me find this real quick. I'll get it. Here's my Patreon thing. Here it is. If you want to join my Patreon, this is what my students are on now. You can join for like starting at $3 at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so that's my Patreon. This is cool. I've never gone live on YouTube before, so this is great. So so there's a question here. Thanks for sharing such great. Okay, sounds great. Thoughts on blues, rock, and fusion? Okay, guys, just so you know, I started off playing rock. So I used to be into Led Zeppelin. I used to see all kinds of bands. Yes, Van Halen I saw 7 times, just so you know. I was a big fan of Eddie Van Halen. I'm into rock. I just started getting into jazz when I was like about 11, 12, through high school, actually. Then I started getting into jazz in high school. That's why I went to Berklee College of Music and studied jazz composition and arranging. But I love jazz, and I love rock too. So no, if you want to start getting, okay, so so thoughts on blues and fusion. Okay. So did you go through different phases? So you know what? I started playing rock, and I used to listen to records and learn all the rock guitar solos, everything like that. Okay, and songs. So that's what you have to do with any style of music. You actually have to be able to learn the music by ear, get together with friends and play. And if you can afford to get a teacher, because teachers, I didn't have a teacher when I was a kid, so I was growing up, and I was learning everything by ear, and you can only go so far by ear. There's always a great teacher that can help you. A good example of someone like that is when I was at Berklee, he was before me, is Steve Vai. Steve Vai is a highly trained guitar player, play with everybody. He's rich from playing just his own music. He started with Frank Zappa. He went to Berklee. He was a really well-trained guitar player, could play all kinds of rock styles and jazz, everything. This guy could read. He studied with Joe Satriani as a kid. He's from Long Island. I live here in New York City area. He's from Long Island, and he, studied with Joe Satriani, who's a great guitar player. These guys can read. These guys play rock. They play all kinds of styles, fusion. They play with everybody. Igby Malmsteen. They play with everybody. They're just like amazing musicians, but they're really well trained. So you should be trained. You should get a teacher and study, because teachers, Steve Vai always compliments Joe Satriani for all the help he's done for being his teacher. So it's important to have a teacher, everybody. So, okay, let's talk about chord melody. And, so if you want to study with me, let me know. I have some students on here that are actually watching. And, they're great students. They're great guys. And, you can only go so far with looking at me playing here. YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, let's get started here. So let's talk about chord melody. So the subject today from my patrons, and I hope everybody on Patreon got my link, is that is chord melody is very important. So that it means that. So let's say you take a melody like let's think of an easy melody. Someone pick a melody if you want me to pick one, but it has to be not too fast. it can't be really a bebop melody because it's hard to harmonize a bebop melody to chord melody because there's so many notes. So usually do melodies with like like with whole notes, like let's say a song like Cherokee. This is a song called Cherokee. It's a jazz standard. It's kind of fairly easy to do a chord melody with it. So it's like, now I would take a real book. I want to get the real book out, okay, and actually take a real book and just look at the melody, make sure you're playing it correctly, because it's easy to play these melodies wrong. So I would go. So that's the melody to Cherokee. So it starts with a B flat major 7 chord. So I mean, an easy way to play that is just put the melody on top of the B flat major chord, major 7 chord. Actually, so if the melody's D, so I just put those 3 notes. Now if I'm making, so I'm just playing a regular old major 7. Now if I'm playing on the 6th string, I'm going to actually switch guitars so you can see better, everybody. Let me get off my 7th string. Hold on. Let me get my 7th string here. Take it out because I want to get my 6th string out so you guys can understand me. It's not easy. Let me get my 6th string. If you have any questions about that, Nardis. Oh, that's a nice song. You can look at that for chord melody. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hold up. So here's my 6th string. So let me tune this up real quick, and then we're gonna actually we're gonna work on Cherokee right now, just as a melody. We can look at Nardis too. Actually, Pat, that's a great idea. I love that song. I've done that chord melody too. I'll tune it up real quick. The guitar's a little sharp today. In my room, I've had the humidifier going. Maybe changed it with the cold. It's been cold here. So look. So here's Cherokee. So I can play the chord like that with the melody D there. So I can do inversions. What I did was I did a major 7. Then I did the inversion, first inversion. Then there's a 6th note on there. Actually, it says play F7 sharp 5. I can go like this. It says in the music good. I did that. So it's F7 with the sharp 5. Oh, actually, I would have to do that way to put the flat 7 in there. I would do that. Okay, so the beginning of Cherokee is like this. So I'll go like this. 4, 7. So then I went to major. Now this is F minor 7. It has an 11 on top. So you have to know the chord scale relationship to the the melody according to the chord. So that's a B flat against a F minor chord. So that's an 11. So I would do this. Or I could do it this way. Or this, so many ways. This. So that's go. So this is the melody so far. Now you can see this after it's a replay, everybody. I can go. Now I would play that B flat 7. Now the B flat 7 has a 13 on top. So I would do it that way, okay? Or you could do it this way. So many ways. I like that one. That voicing of the B flat 7 13. Okay. I've never done this song this fancy before. I just make it. I don't have an arrangement for this, so we're kind of making an arrangement up right now. This is how you do chord melody. You do an arrangement like this. You find each note and try to find the chord for it. So let's start from the beginning. So I went like this. So I just chord melody that whole thing. Now I'm using block chords basically. Okay, there's so many ways you could actually do this. I could do thirds. I just did 2 notes at a time. you have to know your chord scales, guys. And now it changes when you get to a different chord too. So this is just in the key of B flat, and then when they get to the F7 sharp 5, that's a whole different chord scale. Okay, and I'm having the flat 7 missing, so it's not really dominant when I'm doing it this way. I'm just doing F5 sharp 5 actually with a 9. This is actually a 9. I guess the chord, you should know the chord melody against the chord, okay? So like this. So start from the beginning. Okay, now this melody has a lot of tensions on top. So when I get to the next part, it has an F on the top. So that's an F on top, which is a major 9 against an E flat major 7 chord. This is an F. Now it goes to the 7th. I can just go thirds. Then it goes to a D over an A flat 9. So this is actually a sharp 11. So you could play the chord like this actually to add the 9. Okay. So let's start from the beginning one more time. So here's chord melody, Cherokee. You have to memorize it. Okay. And then it goes to A to actually a C. So I'll just go down, do thirds there. And then it goes to a B flat on the chord with a 6. So you can play it like this. I actually play it this way. That's a 6 like this, okay? See that? And then I went to it says a 6 chord, so I can just make it all 6. You have to know your inversions, guys. So these are all B flat 6 inversions. So you have to know your 6th and 7th inversions of your chords. So that takes a lot of practice. I have like a lot of charts like that. Actually, I'm going to put on my Patreon account. If you study with me, I'll give you these things. And then it goes D minor, then C7. So 9 on top. So you have to know the note against the chord, and then the flat 7. Okay. And then it goes to C minor 7 with the G on top. And then D minor 7 flat 5 with an F on top. And then a G7 with a flat 9. So I'm going to do this. Watch this. Put my thumb here to play the G7. I put the flat 9 in. And then it goes to C minor 7, I think. Yep. With the C. And then F7, sharp 5. Okay, with the sharp 5 in the melody. So let's start from the top. Okay, so this is Cherokee. So this is 1A section now. You just learned 1A section of a song. You know, so we're just doing the first section. This is like really basic drop 2 voicings, closed voicings on the guitar, we call them. We call them closed voicings. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and we call these closed voicings for the guitar because they're easier to play than spread out like a piano. Like if I try to play B flat 6, it would be like this. You know, spreading out like this. I can reach pretty good. This guitar is easier to play than my 7-string. This is an easy guitar. So, so watch this. Here's the arrangement. Watch this. It starts like this. You guys can learn this too. You can watch back the video if you want. Just B flat, major 7, really simple one that you guys know. Then a version, then sharp 5, then F minor 7 with a 9 and 11, and then B flat 13, then E flat major 7 with a 9, and then I'm just doing thirds. Then I did an A flat 9 with a sharp 11 because that's the melody note. Then third, which is the a C and A flat, and then I'm doing B flat 6 like this. Sorry. And then I'm doing inversion. The D minor 7, C7, the 9 on top, and then I'm doing the flat 7 on top. And then I'm doing C minor 7 like this. I can do it like this. Then D minor 7 flat 5. Then G7 flat 9. Then C minor 7. See? That's not that hard. No, I mean, I can make this even hipper. You know, let me see some of the questions here before I keep going. Thoughts on the blues? Okay, so Patrick, any advice for someone who's wanting to start gigging? Oh, Patrick, so I want to answer these questions before we keep going. So, Patrick, to get gigs, the best way actually is to know as many people as you can. I know a lot of people, but you have to keep in contact with them all the time. Sometimes I don't. I'm kind of like not introverted, but like to hang out by myself and just do things myself. Independent DIY they call it. But yeah, meet people. Get friends, and try to get a lot of contacts. People are the best way to get gigs. Actually, I get gigs from people all the time. But right now with social media, I've been actually finding a lot of students, new people that I've never met before. This is really great, and it's actually a good way to meet people too. It's also on social media, you know. And a teacher can recommend you. Like, I could try to recommend students for gigs and stuff like that. And just get out there and meet people. Study with people. Your guitar teacher can recommend you a lot of things like that. Just meet people. That's the most important thing. And go hustle, get your name out there. Develop your following and everything else. Now let me see. Okay, JD, good. Patrick, Nardis, we'll go over that in a minute. No problem. I've been trying to learn the tune for a bit. This is kind of advanced, but trying to get it. Okay, Odette. Can you play any Chick Corea licks? Chick Corea licks. Oh, like this. Okay, that's about. I gotta practice that one still. So anyway, that was "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. I mean, I worked on his stuff for years, so. Yeah, so I love Chick Corea, man. He just passed away. I had a bunch of friends that played in his band. I wish I could have played with them, but you can't always get everything you want. So, okay, so let's continue now. So someone asked about. So this is all about chord melody. We'll do about Chick Corea another day. So chord melody, everybody. So we just did Cherokee. So you have to know your chord, the melody against the chord, and you actually have to know. You have to know your scales. You have to know chord scale relationships. But there's different techniques you could use for chord melody. You don't have to play like the chords that are written either. If I did a song like Cherokee, I don't have to play the chords that are written. I can go like this. I just play the same chord. All I did was just one chord. That's constant structures. See what I just did? I just played the same chord with using under the melody, and that sounds hip too. You know what I mean? See, that's all I did. Something really simple like that. Also, I could do seconds. I mean, I like to do all kinds of stuff. You should be able to voice your chords in different ways, like fourths, thirds. I mean, the easiest way on the guitar is thirds. I can go. I just did thirds, basically. I wasn't looking at the music, so I was trying to figure out thirds. Now you could do fourths, fourths. See, these are things that people don't think about. I just did fourths, okay? I just, so these are basic things you could do that people don't think about when they're doing chord melody. I'm only doing two notes. Remember, a chord is what? What is the definition of a chord? The definition of a chord is two or melody notes played at the same time, or two or more notes played at the same time. So a chord can be just two notes. It doesn't have to be like some fancy chord like let me see, like, or no crazy chord like that, or like this. with a sharp 5 and major 7. You don't have to do a fancy chord to make a chord melody. You can just do a regular chord melody. I just did 4ths. You can do 5ths too. I mean, it's kind of weird. You can go. Let me see. How's that? I don't want it to be. Has that kind of Asian sound. Another easy one is 6. It really fits well on the guitar and they sound very good. Like Monk used to do them. Like Monk used to do that a lot. 6 are really good on the guitar. See, I did it. 6 are really nice. Now it gets really weird when you start doing 7s. So like this. So I like to go like a. I mean, it doesn't always work with the 7s. Okay, octaves. Okay, and you know, there's just so many ways to do it. But it sounds much different if you start doing things like this, like seconds. I use reharmonizations. I did a tritone substitution on the B flat now. Second. See, I did a tritone substitution there instead of the tritone substitution. Ymir mentioned that before. Yeah. So Odette said they understand. He or she, I think Odette. I don't know who you are, but Odette said, I like the third. You understand that better with less notes. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your knowledge too, everybody. You know, some people are like, you know, want to do really fancy, you know, like crazy harmonies on this stuff, but you can make it simple. It sounds good too. You know, let me see if there's any questions here. Hello, Nathaniel. Alucard Tapes, can you play a tune to tell us what a passing was through your mind as you play this? Yeah. Hey, thank you, Amir. I'll see you, Amir, later. He's coming to take a lesson soon. So, can you play a tune and tell us what's passing through your mind? Like, oh, you know what? When I'm playing, guys, there's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about getting some lunch. No, I'm just kidding. There's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. But the most important thing. Oh, let me see. Oh, someone's asking me if they have any written material about this. So look, guys, and girls and everybody else who's watching. If you if there's some books. So here's a book I want to recommend to you. Please go to Amazon right now or Hal Leonard or wherever you buy your books. And I actually have a book that's out called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you can see that, that's actually backwards. Okay. I'm going to write it down on the thing, but it's Chords at Your Fingertips. And there's a bunch of lessons I have here about harmonizing. Okay. Some of my lessons are spicing up your playing. Jazz reharmonization is in this book. Okay. That I wrote. There's some great players in here like Sean McGowan and Adam Levy that are great teachers too. Jane Miller that are teachers that work for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This is a book through my where I work for. You know, I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I've written a lot of articles about chord melody and all kinds of other stuff. I actually have a new article out right now in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's all about the harmonic minor and melodic minor scale. That's a hip scale. It's all about the chord voicings. Okay, so you should know your chord voicings not only in major but in a melodic minor and harmonic minor. And I've been working on that too. I still work. I still practice. So I still need to learn new things. I still study. So this book has a lot of things about Chet Atkins style of playing, reharmonization I do in this book, So definitely pick this up if you're interested in doing that. Um, also how to do chord melodies in this book too, actually. So things we're working on today. So pick up this book. Oh yeah, this doesn't look backwards. Oh sorry. Okay, maybe I'm seeing it backward. Okay, so that's the book. Okay, everybody. Uh, okay, I mean, actually, guys, I teach online. If you want to study with me, just you can reach me by email. I'm going to put my email here. So that book is I'm going to write it down right now. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. And then I'm going to keep playing here in a second. That's the book. And then my email, I'm going to put it here, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could actually study with me there. You could actually email me and take a lesson. I have tons of students I'm getting from YouTube and Instagram and everything else. So let's continue with the subject of chord melody. So someone asked about doing Nardis. Oh yeah. So when I'm playing, there's all kinds of things going on my mind. There's about the changes, the timing, the chords, the melody I'm going to be using. But it's hard when I'm playing. I'm just playing. You can't think too much when you're playing. Okay, you got to be practice. You got to practice so much that you're not thinking when you're playing, that you're just playing. Okay, unless it's something like you're reading and you don't know what's going on. Okay, so look at this, Lewis Carter. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Lewis. So let me go to Nardis. Someone was asking about that. He won a seat to this live lesson. So let me get out Nardis. And now Nardis is tricky. So we just did Cherokee. So we did a partial arrangement. The bridge is easy on Cherokee actually, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Let me just go back. Let me answer this question. I'm going to get Nardis out in my book just so I can look at the melody. So Nardis is like this. It's a Miles Davis tune. You should know the melody separate also, everybody, if you're doing chord melody. To the song. So look at this. So I like this song. It goes. Okay, it does this. There's a counterman. Okay, and then it goes. Now this implies a Phrygian scale. I love that scale. Okay. So that's the third mode of the major scale. Okay. Now, so it starts with the E minor chord. It's really easy on the guitar. It's like, and then goes up to F major 7. And then you can go, the melody's written down an octave lower. So I suggest guitar players always play the melody up an octave higher than it's written in most cases, okay? Go look at the range. So I would go like this. I would play the harmonic. I love harmonics. Then it has that melody here. Now there's a line in between, so I would put that line in my chord. So, okay, while that melody's going. See how I held that note on top? Okay, and then this is for Patrick. Okay, this is an A minor 7 with a 9 on top. So I would go like this. Okay, and so I'm gonna keep going here, and then so that repeats. Okay, so that's the cool thing about jazz. You can actually repeat over and over this. It's AABA. So this form is AABA. So the same melody again. So let's go over that one more time. Now the bridge is easy. You just go A minor 9, the F major 7, Now this part, you can play. I can harmonize it third. Now 2-5 D minor 7. This is not too hard to harmonize. Okay. I'm just messing around there. So look at this. Nathaniel Nelson, how many hours do you practice every day? Well, yesterday I couldn't practice at all because I was too busy. So it depends on the day, but recently I've been practicing 1 or 2 hours. But at one time in my life, when I had more time, it seems like weird. I don't have much time now because I've been doing a lot of videos for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and just stuff for my Patreon. It's just so much. It takes so many hours, and usually I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day. Now you could hurt yourself by doing that, but you see, there's a note here. Okay. Oh, okay. So you want to go? So you know what? Let me see. We're gonna fix the lighting here a little bit. The guitar's a little too light. So everybody, look at this now. So we're talking about chord melody. So that was an artist. So you can practice that one. That's easier than than most people think. Okay, that song doesn't have too many chords in it. Let's pick another song. If you want to send me a request about a song to chord melody, Oh yeah. So Lewis, I'm sorry, Lewis. Lewis asked me where am I located. So I'm in the Jersey area. Okay, and also what was I gonna say? I do everything online, and sometimes I have people come over, or I can go over to your place, but it's a lot more expensive. So if you want to email me about lessons, just email me, and we'll talk about their preferences. I'm in town. Oh, Sean's here! Yay, my student. I'm teaching Sean at noon today. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Sean has a question. Autumn leaves. So this is a great idea. So I'm just gonna do autumn leaves. I'm gonna I know this song by heart, so let's take autumn leaves. Let's do autumn leaves here. So remember, you gotta play the melody. So this is C minor. I'm gonna do it in G minor. So I would go like this. I'll do it like this. Now it's a little easier to do this when there's a lot of melody notes in the beginning. See how I did that? Also, you can do it like this. You can do the melody note single. See, I don't like the chord is too thin up there like this, so I like to do this. See, I don't like this corny. See, I'm doing these stretchy chords. So what I did basically, you could do either just a single line for the pickup note, and then play a chord under it. Use your finger like this to do that kind of stuff. Reharmonization, major 7, D over E flat, major 7 sharp 5, flat 5, flat 9, sharp 9 actually. Wow, someone says, "Wow, that song is making me quiver in my boots." I like that. So you know what? So that's Autumn Leaves. So that's a really common song, but with more melody notes like that, you have to be able to be more creative. So I can do all kinds of things like that. So I'm using thirds there to, or to use single lines to do the pickup note. A pickup note is the note before the melody comes in. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That's the pickup note. So I'm going. So that song is a nice song to do chord melody with. Okay, that's a really basic one, but you can make it fancier and hipper. See what I did? I did a bunch of thirds there, for example. Now you don't have to play the roots all the time in the chords. You can use inversions, reharmonizations, all kinds of stuff that I'm doing right now. So now I'm gonna go. No thirds, no roots. Okay, so that's another song. Oh, cool. That sounds like a church song. Okay, what church song? Um, do I have perfect pitch? No. Someone's asking me if I have perfect. I like some. There's always these guys that always ask these funny questions when I'm doing these shows. Do I have perfect pitch? Play Chick Corea? Do all this? So yeah, no. You know what? No. Now I'll tell you something, everybody. Perfect pitch does not make you a good musician. I bet people with perfect pitch. I'm like, you have perfect pitch? What? You have to, to be a good musician. Of course, you have to have good ears, but you don't have to have perfect pitch. Most people don't have perfect pitch, and I know people who do have perfect pitch. So, and some are good and some aren't. Some aren't. You have to have good rhythm. You have to have good ears. You have to go have good timing. Timing is the most important thing. You have to have good technique. You have to be able to listen to people around you. Perfect pitch is just identifying notes. So people are really good at identifying colors, and that's what perfect pitch is: identifying notes. So if you're good at identifying colors, doesn't mean you're good at, like, I don't know, architecture or something, whatever that has to do with colors. You know what I mean? So perfect pitch is just a skill. You know, having a good ear is a skill. Being able to pick up things by ear, by being able to listen to music and just so those are very important skills. You have to have basic skills to be a good musician. To be a good jazz musician, if we're talking about jazz here in general, you have to know how to play over changes. That's the most important thing. Now, to be able to play over chord changes takes a lot of basic skills. Like, it's hard to be a good jazz musician because you have to be able to play this stuff exactly at the right time with the right notes, with the right feel, right timing. Everything is just like, and to play simple stuff. If you're good at that, just simple stuff, you're a good musician. But it's hard to get to that point because it takes a lot of time, and you have to have really good timing to do that and being able to hear things. And so perfect pitch has nothing to do with anything, I think. So anyway, and so those are skills. These people don't tell you this stuff, but perfect pitch doesn't mean anything. Okay, so now I want to learn perfect pitch just because it's a good skill to have, but it doesn't really matter for my playing. So anyway, I'll give you a good example. I'll try to teach my granddaughter perfect pitch because she's below 5. So you learn below 5. If you're before 5 and you start telling everybody, like a color, that's orange. You go A, that's that. No, you go A. That's A, okay? Whatever. C. And you tell them that. That's how you learn how to get perfect pitch. And then when you get older, you just go, oh, that's an A. Like a color, that's white or whatever. So these are skills that you should learn as a musician. But now, let me keep going. I wish I could get better at rhythm. So you know what, Patrick? So I'm studying with a drummer for rhythm. There's some good exercises that I'm learning about doing timing, okay? So he has me doing timing while I'm tapping my foot, 2, 3, 4. He's a great drummer named Jay Finishel. Okay, and I'm taking online lessons with him. He's an old friend of mine. He lived in New York a long time ago. He lives in Georgia now, but I'm just taking lessons on rhythm. You know, yeah, yeah, and he's on TikTok, so follow him. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and follow me. I forgot to tell everybody, follow me everywhere. I know you guys are following me here on YouTube, and I appreciate all the followers, man. I have 7,000 subscribers now on YouTube, but also, I have tons of fans on TikTok because I do a lot of videos about all this stuff, and I have tons of fans on Instagram and Facebook. So all Ron Jackson Music, okay? You could go all those pages and follow me, and also Twitter as well too. I don't use that as much, but on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. One word. Okay. And when we get back to gigs, hopefully I'll see you in person. I'll see some people later on lessons. But let me see. This with some other questions here. I wish I could. Okay, Patrick. Well, at some point I will be a lot of work. Yeah, I just found you on Instagram. Yeah, I look hard. I got to check out all you people. Now let me see. So let's get back into chord melody. Thank you for all the people watching. There's a lot of people watching. I appreciate it. So if you want to pick another song, I can do. Let's get back to Cherokee, okay? Just for 1 minute. We didn't do the bridge. So remember we did Cherokee in the beginning. So I memorized the arrangement that I did earlier. So it's like this. You gotta memorize this stuff as fast as possible. Cherokee. Okay. Then. So I'll do a different way. Now the bridge is interesting. Okay, the bridge goes like this. So I'm looking at this melody. So just so you guys know, I read notation. So guitarists should learn how to read notes. This is hard to do. Okay, and not use tabs. And now I know, of course, I know how to use tabs, but I only do that just to help people learn how I'm playing the guitar. Okay, but learn how to read notation. So I'm doing this all by looking at the melody and knowing what my relationship of the melody is to the chord. So that's called chord scale relationships. Okay, in chord melody they're very important. So I'm playing on the bridge of Cherokee. It's C sharp minor 9. You should look this up on your real books or wherever you have. And the top note is a 9. It's a D sharp. So that's a 9. So I would play a chord like that. Then change to the F7. Now it goes to the 9 and to the B major 7. Okay, and then goes to the 11 to the 5th. I mean to the 7 to the 5th. So it goes like this. And then goes to the 9 of the B flat, B minor 7. See what I did? See what I did? Change the fingering. Seconds. Oh, sorry. So we got a whole chord arrangement now for Cherokee. So remember, in jazz, it's pretty easy. There's the form for a jazz song is usually A, which means like the melody is played one time as A, and then repeated as A. Then B is a bridge, then A again. So there's two A's, and so once you learn an A, you learn 3/4 of the song. Basically, usually at the end of the A, it resolves or does something different to go back to the top. Okay, so Cherokee is like this now. So if I'm gonna play in a band, I'm gonna go. messing around. But so when you do these arrangements, you don't have to play exactly the way it's written. You could just change them up. So I just kind of like made that arrangement. Then I started doing like an arrangement, like I'm going to be playing by myself, because I've been playing a lot of gigs by myself recently, because I haven't, it's hard to do gigs with people. And so there's some questions here. Hey, Dave, man, great to see you, man. Dave's one of my patrons. I have a few of my patrons watching. Sorry I had to change the link, everybody. But what happened was I got live and I couldn't turn the camera on, so I had to make it public. It's public right now. But it's good to be public because a lot more people are watching now. But so if you're watching, everybody, this is for my patrons usually. So if you want to join my Patreon, I'm going to be doing these kind of lessons, and I have these lessons I'm giving out. I'm trying to put more stuff on Patreon, like more than usual. Like I usually try to post once a week. I'm going to try to post at least once or twice a week if I can. I have tons of material that I have to get through, and I have a lot of sites that I'm on now. So I'm just trying the best I can. Thank you, everybody, Patreon, for being so patient with me. Some people have said that I haven't posted enough on there. I'm trying to post more. Don't worry. I have a lot of stuff, so it's coming. It's coming. So thank you, Dave, for being a Patreon. So, and also for Reggie and a bunch of other people on here. Someone said, I look, I said, wow, you are jazz. Thank you. So Patrick, so nice to watch and listen to someone who knows exactly what to do, and I can make it sound and make it sound beautiful. You're an inspiration. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick just won a seat to watch this, to know about what's going on. Now it's public, so it doesn't matter, but it's great, And if you want to study with me, let me know. Remember, all this watching doesn't help your playing. It's someone who helps you. That's how I got better. I had a bunch of great teachers. I studied with Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli got me to 7th string, Ted Dunbar, who taught a lot of great guitar players, like he taught Bobby Broom. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher. Peter Bernstein. He taught Kevin Eubanks from The Tonight Show. He taught, so many great people. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher, man. And he was one of the best. Pat Martino is a great teacher, too, man. I learned a lot of my stuff from him. Who else? Melvin Sparks is another great guy. He was one of my mentors, and I mentor a couple of people, too, to be guitar players and jazz guitar players. So, you have to pass it down. And, usually your mentors were your teachers. So, so my mentors were like Bucky and all these other guys. But anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Come on to Atlanta so you can get a lesson in person. Yeah, I do online, so don't worry. Yeah, also, guys, next week I'll be in Minneapolis. I don't know if anybody's near there. If you want a lesson, I'll be there just for a few days this week until Friday. So if you're watching, let me know. Okay. What was I gonna say? I do online lessons, so if you can't, it's easier for everybody if you're like living in the country. I have students all over the country actually, and I've had students in Europe and in Australia and stuff too. So Asia. So if you want to take a lesson in person, do online too. It works really well today, and I have some even famous people studying with me. I can't mention. So anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Yeah, I was Nathaniel. I was in Atlanta a few years ago playing at this place called. I played Atlanta a few times at the Atlanta Arts Festival, and there's also this club called the Velvet Note in Alfreda. I played there a few years ago with this great singer from England. So I play different places. So now, does anybody have any more questions about chord melody? Because I'm going to be finishing actually in about 5 minutes, because I have a student. One of my students that's watching is going to be taking an online lesson with me in a minute. So I need a break before, but please, everybody, please follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere else. And sign up for my Patreon if you can. Is this the right way? Okay, this is the right way now. See, look, everything was backwards when I looked at the camera. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join, yeah, because let me see. Oh, it's backwards. That's weird. Oh, so it's like this then. Okay. Sorry, guys. That's weird. Yeah, that's my Patreon if you want to join it. You can watch the playback of this too. Okay. You can watch the playback. If you want to watch this video. I didn't really play much today. I talked a lot about chord melody and answer your questions, which is just as important. Oh, someone's from Guinea. Sorry. Oh, let me see. I'm just looking through the comments here. Yeah. So everybody, so today this is recap about what we did. So I did chord melody. So remember, you can put a melody. You can put any chord under a melody anyway. You can put any chord actually, just your imagination. But basic skills are just like harmonizing in the key you're in, knowing the melody note, what the melody note is against the chord. If it's a third, a 9, a sharp 11, whatever it is, flat 13, against the bass note or the chord you're playing, and it's chord scale relationship. These are basic skills I learned in college, which is arranging, through arranging. So, if you have any questions, please send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And, you can send it, in this live feed today, if you want, it's a comment. And I'll be putting up more. Actually, I have some more workshop lessons I'm going to be putting up on YouTube in general, because they don't like short videos on YouTube. They like long form videos, and you don't get any credit for that, for your hours, for watch hours on YouTube for the short videos, only of the long videos. So I'm going to be putting more long videos, performance and lesson videos. So I have a lot of things to talk about, tons of stuff, but I don't have all the time in the world to do all these videos. So the editing takes longer. That's why I don't practice as much, because I'm doing these videos so much. So, and I'm trying to help everybody else, and so I have a lot of stuff to talk about in my playing that can help you, and hopefully, this workshop helped you today. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm Ron Jackson, and appreciate you watching, and have a great day. My website is www.ronjacksonmusic.com. That's ronjacksonmusic.com, and I'll talk to you guys very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. You're welcome, everybody. I'm just looking at the comments. You're welcome, Reggie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You can make a comment after too, okay? Write in comments after if you have any questions. Thank you. See you soon, Sean. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay. That was some. Everybody likes the blues. Bluesy. Woo. I'll do this one. I'll do this Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson here on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. And I'm going to be going live as well on Instagram and TikTok. And just so you know, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to play a song. So let me go live actually right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to be playing a song called Nobody Else But Me on the 6-string guitar. Then I'm going to switch to 7-string so you can see the difference a little bit here. Let me go live right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So everybody, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. And also, just so you know, I'm having a sale on my website. And, it's 40% off everything, and it's going to be ending very soon. It's an extended clearance sale. And, please share my live stream with everybody. Just so you know, on TikTok, I appreciate you guys. You guys are my biggest fan base. And, please share my, follow me and just share everywhere you can. I'm going to actually be playing the same song on two different guitars. The difference between playing a 6-string and a 7-string. So let me get started.
On the 7-string guitar, then we'll take some questions and answers. So hear the different sound completely on the 7-string. Check this out. Okay. So I'm going to take out my new Benedetto. You can ask about this guitar and equipment I use too as well. Look at this. So this is a completely different sound now with the 7-string. Here we go. So that's the 6 and the 7-string guitars played differently. So let me take some questions and some comments here
from my fans out here. Hey, Bill, can you hire me for your next record? I promise to practice. Okay, yes, Bill. Yes, I'll hire you for your next record, and I promise that you'll practice and you'll pay me for my next record. My friend Bill usually just wrote me on YouTube and actually on Facebook, and he's a great saxophone woodwind player, man. Been around for years. Played with George Benson, one of my heroes, and he just texted me, and I really love this guy, and I haven't seen him in years. But let's play soon, Bill. So everybody, this is a question and answer session for all my fans here, and let me grab me something. So if you have any questions about equipment, guitars, anything you like, just send me a question on on a comment, and I'll answer them as best I can. And I'd like to thank all my sponsors. I love this new Benedetto 7-string guitar I have here. If you have any questions about that, the 16B, that'd be great. Starting with how to tune the guitar. What are the first 5 or 10 things a complete beginner should learn before moving on to the next step? Get a teacher. That's what I think. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. That's what I suggest. A lot of people don't have any idea how they really play until they have a teacher to show them, look, you're playing this correctly, you're doing that correctly. So that's from new gun guy. Well, you have guns. Okay, that's nice. So so I always suggest getting a teacher, and then they could show you at the very beginning what you're doing and what you need to learn. But YouTube and everything is great, all the social media stuff, but you really need to have like a real teacher to show you. And when I was a kid, I was self-taught, but I had friends that actually showed me, some basics. So when I went to Berkeley, I kind of knew how to play the guitar, not like as good as I wanted to, but you need to have a teacher to show you things, guys. I'm telling you, watching videos, you cannot really judge yourself. You can't say, well, you're playing this note like you're playing a note like that. You're not making any sound. You need to have someone show you, look, you got to put your fingers the right way. You have to curve your fingers, put your thumb behind the neck, depending on what you're playing. Just all the basic techniques. You need to start with the basics first, and a teacher really helps with that. Now let me answer some other questions. That was great question, guy. New gun guy. Let me look at my Instagram people here. Let me see. Happy Sunday, Indiana. That's great. 955. If you have any questions, please send them your way. I'm gonna wave to you guys. And also TikTok, I'm going to answer your questions too. I always have tons of questions from TikTok. Let me see. I'm going to wave to all these people here on Instagram and see if you have any questions. Please send them your way. Let me see. Any questions on Instagram yet? Coming soon, I hope. Maybe you do. I just can't see them yet. Let me see. I'm going to go with TikTok in a second. Getting there. And please share my live stream, everybody, because and if you don't follow me, please do so. And that'll be great, And let me see. I'm looking here. I'm looking. Someone gave me a heart. That's great. Let me see. No questions on Instagram yet that I see. Maybe there are. Nothing yet. Oh, close. Let me go to Brian. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Great. So who are your favorite 7-string players? Okay. Someone's asking me that on TikTok. Look. Can you see this? Oh man, you can't really. Let me see if I can't really take this off too easily. Look at this. So my favorite 7-string players are on this shirt here. If you can see it, you can see it on TikTok. You can actually see it on my Facebook and everywhere else. My favorite 7-string jazz guitar players are Bucky Pizzarelli, who got me to play 7-string guitar. Howard Alden, he's great, man. George Van Epps was the godfather of 7-string guitar. Okay, Jimmy Bruno. I saw Jimmy recently at the Rocky Mountain Archtop Festival in Arvada, Colorado in September, and he stopped playing 7-string. He said it was hurting his fingers. So he said, and he said he hardly used the 7th string. I try to use as much as possible. Okay, John Pizzarelli, Bucky's son. Okay, also Lenny Bro, who played the 7th string with a high pitch A on the first, as the first string. Of course, Steve Masakowski. Okay, or Steve Haberman. And of course, Ron Eschete, out of California. He's another 7-string player. Or Ron Jackson, if you want. Okay, so those are my favorite 7-string guitar players. Oh, yeah. So he was wondering if I had a beginner list. Oh, yeah. So Someone said if I have a beginner list. You know what? If you're going to learn how to play beginner guitar and you're an adult, well, complete beginner guitar, that's kind of hard to do. You use some Mel Bay books. Also, there's a book that I've been using recently that I got for one of my students in that's Leica. She's a great singer out in St. Louis. I teach her every week, and she's a complete beginner. And if you get started, I've had beginners start with this book, which is a college book, the Berkeley a Modern Method for Guitar. You can find that at my Amazon store if you want. Berkeley Modern Method for Guitar. It's a great book. Okay, everybody. So you could actually use this book too to start off with. If you're a kid beginner, you can use these FJH method books that I use for kids. Okay, those kind of books, or the Mel Bay books, they're good. That's for complete beginners. There's another book that I don't have it in front of me because I have it like on a Kindle that I use with my students, and they do mostly chords. But what's good about the Berkeley book is you start doing scales and chords, everything together. So you could save everything right now. All my books like this. I have my Chords at Your Fingertips books right now. If you go to my store, ronjacksonmusic.com/store, you can use BYE 40 and save 40% on everything in my store. Okay, so check it out. So let me take some more questions. Okay, that's and so you can get everything at vinyls as well on my store, on my new album. Okay, so let me ask you some questions. Let me see. There's two people that have questions here. Are there any instruments other than that I'm interested in playing it besides guitar? Oh, that's a good question. So someone put this question up, and that's a great question. Yes, I have a piano over here. I have banjos, and I play bass too as well, which is a string instrument. And I play some drums, but you know what? It's so hard to keep up with the guitar that I mainly focus on the guitar, especially 7-string guitar. I find it easier to play the 6-string guitar. It's just, after playing 7-string guitar, when you play 6-string guitar, except for what I call missing string syndrome, I find that it's a little easier to play the sixth string. So let me take that out for a second. And so when I pick up a 6-string guitar, I find it a little easier just because there's less strings. The only thing I have a problem with when I'm playing 6-string guitar now from 7-string, I have this thing called missing string syndrome. Sometimes I think there's a 7th string down here, so I have to adjust. But physically, it's easier to play. Even though I use these heavy strings here, I use 14s. I use 14s on my guitars, on my guitar strings. Okay, and look at this. You see that? So I use these Labella jazz tapes, and these are 14 to. I use them on this guitar too. So they're 14 to 79 if you play 7-string, and 67 on your 6-string. So I just basically play the same strings. They are nylon tape strings. Okay, and so I find it much easier just to play guitar, a 6-string guitar, because the 7-string, man, you really have to think a lot. Not only about thinking about hitting the notes, but you actually have to, it's a different spacing, so you can miss easily on the 7th string. On the 6th string, since I'm so used to it, I've been playing it for years. So, it's a little easier to play on the 7th string. If I'm trying to do that, I have to think a little bit more. Watch this. If I'm trying to play really fast stuff on the 7th string, there's a 7th string there, so it kind of messes you up a little bit. Let me do that right now. I can do it, but it's like weird to play really fast on the 7th string. So, I'm still, that's why I don't play any other instruments right now. So what's happening is that 7th string, man, you have to judge your distance more. So it's kind of hard. Okay. Someone said have a nice shirt. Thank you. So that's why I play mostly 6- and 7-string guitar, and I don't really play any other instruments, but I should practice the piano because that's really good to do. So that's a great question. Let me see. Someone had another question here. What type of music do you like to play? Let me see, cancel. Let me show you. Oh, so I like to play mostly jazz, but I love all styles of music. Actually, I love funk, rock. I started out playing rock. You know, I saw a lot of rock concerts when I was a kid. Actually, I love all styles of music. I love class. I studied classical guitar a little bit. Brazilian, everything. It's all hard to play and really master well. I think most guys who play guitar or any instrument, they're really good at one thing mainly, and they can play other stuff. But it's hard to find someone who's a rock guy who's really like an amazing jazz musician or a jazz musician who plays amazing rock. It's just because it's so different. I mean, the whole style. I mean, it's the whole everything's different. But there's some monsters out there that very few guys who are real monsters who do everything or could do everything. But I think it's rare to find that. So I mean, yeah, I play mostly jazz because I always loved jazz. But I was into rock when I was a kid, and kind of like country stuff. I love all styles of music, country and picking and all that stuff. So let me see. I got to answer some questions now on TikTok because I'm neglecting my big fan. I have the most fans on TikTok, everybody, just so you know. And I can't let those guys not answer a question. Can you walk and chord at the same time on the 7th string? Of course. Someone's asking me, can I walk on the 7th string? That's what it's all about. Let me see if I can do something. Yeah, so that's walking on the 7th string, which is very common on the 7th string to walk. Okay, that's a good question. Do I ever rip it up on nylon string? Actually, someone asked me if I play nylon string. I'll show you real quick. I got a 7th string nylon here too. I got all the guitars, everybody, and all the 7th strings. So I got a 7th string nylon right here. I got to tune it up. It's been hanging. Oh no, this is my 6th string nylon. Sorry. Let me get my 7th string nylon. I don't want to drop these things. So watch this, everybody. So someone's asking me if I have a 7th string, a nylon. Here's a nylon. So this is a 7th string nylon. So this is a really great guitar made by Cremona. I'm a Cremona artist. If you ever want to get a Cremona guitar, let me know. I'll get you a good deal. So this is a 7th string nylon, everybody. Look at this. Hey, man, how many guitars do you actually need? Oh, man, you know what I say, Liam? Someone's asking me how many guitars I need. I need as many as possible. It's funny. I mean, I on guitars all the time, but we have too many of them. Actually, I just traded one in recently. I have like at least 20 guitars, but I get them a lot from companies directly. Like I have 4 or 5 of these Cremona guitars. So this is a 7th string. So these are nice guitars. Yeah, so this is a 7th string nylon, everybody, that I own. I use this on recordings and stuff too. So yeah, I own all the 7th string guitars. So I also have I don't have any solid body 6 strings anymore, but I have a couple of solid body 7 strings, but they're over here in my collection. You don't see them, but I have them hanging on my walls back here. So yes, I play nylon, just so you know. Haha, thank you. So yes. Let me see. Let me keep answering. Let me ask you some questions now on TikTok. Wow, as much as your wife can afford, that's a good one. Yes. So everybody, that's a good one. Yeah. So I have as many guitars as my wife can afford. And you know the saying. You know what a musician is who has no wife or girlfriend? He's homeless. That's a dumb joke. Anyway, so yeah. Any question you want to ask me, everybody, just ask me right now. I'm gonna go for probably about 10 or 15 more minutes. Yeah, someone has a nylon gold on guitar Santa. Yeah, guitar Santa. You have a guitar for me for Christmas? Anyway, he said that joke. Now, yes, I tried those go down 7 strings. I used to have one, a go down actually. I sold it about 10 years ago, but I need to get another go down. So, well, maybe not, because I don't know if I need all those guitars anymore. But yes, those go down guitars are great, man. Especially when you're playing live, they have a great sound through the amp, and they don't feedback. They're great guitars. They're out of Canada too, so I like Canada. So let me see. Let me keep asking some questions here. Do you know how to get jazz guitars to leave your house? No. Tell me later. Tell me later, Guitar Santa. Let me answer some other questions here. 1 second. Someone says, God damn, you're mad good. I'm trying, man. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, I'm trying to practice as much as I can, but it's hard, man. Too much business, and actually, last year was my one of my best years as a musician. And so it's just so hard to keep up with this stuff. All the social media and my Patreon and my stores and all this and all my fans. Thank you, everybody, for being a fan, and please share my page with all your friends. If you're not following me, please follow me. Let me keep looking at your messages here. And Lenny did some amazing country type stuff too. Lenny, bro, yes. Have you ever enjoyed any metal or anything like that? Of course. You know what? I don't want to show you guys, but I have one of these Abasi 8-string guitars back here. I love Tosin Abasi, man. He's one of my heroes. I've talked to him on Instagram a little bit. I met him in person when I was in LA recently. He's great. And I love Animals as leaders. They play some crazy music, man, and I need to practice. But I have an 8-string guitar over here that's hidden behind here, and I can't take all these guitars out. I've had this guitar for about a year more, and I haven't taken it. I need to practice it. So tell me to practice, and I'll do it. So I have an 8-string. It's like, if you think 7-string is hard, take a look at 8-string, man. It's a really, really difficult, man. Really difficult for me. And Tosin could go between 8, 7, and 6, and he plays even when he gets to 6. It's like even easier for him. It's like, he's like 6-string is easy. That guy's amazing, man. So anyway, let me keep going. I love Megadeth. Do you like reggae? Of course I like reggae. Bob Marley. I mean, Toots and Maytals, all those guys. Can you walk now? Jinkies must have an 80 on the 7-string. Yeah, someone says this is a 79 on my 7-string, everybody. That's kind of normal. But I need, I don't like, just so you know, if you play heavy strings, that's a good question. You get more of a sound in general, a bigger sound, and you don't need to rely on the amp for your sound. When you play with lighter strings, you need to rely on the amp for more sound because there's less, density of the string. That's normal. That's why Pat Martino, man, he had such a big sound, man. I think he used 15s or 17s, or I don't know. He used heavy strings, I forgot when I studied with him what kind of strings he had. 14s, yeah. When I play 6, I usually feel like something is missing. Oh, yeah, really? So pick up a 7-string. You can take lessons with me. Oh, Steve Haberman's your teacher. Wow. Is that Steve Haberman? No. I didn't know Jimmy played 7-string. Yeah, Lenny, bro. Yeah, I see George Van Epps. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Thank you. Who's your favorite teacher? I use 7 on the low end. So everybody's asking me on my 7-string, I use a low note. So this is a standard tuning: E, A, D, G, E, and A. So it actually is 2 octaves below the A, the 5th string A. And I have to keep this in 2. So everybody, just so you know, if you're asking me, everybody's asking me what tuner I use. So I use the Henriksen I mean, excuse me. I use the Peterson tuner. Okay, it's the strobe tuner. You see that? So that's the A note, kind of. I have imperfect pitch, just so you guys know. And these are great tuners. They're the best tuners. I'm one of their artists. I have the Seymour Duncan hat on. So anyway, I'm one of the artists, and they're great. And they make the best clip-on tuner. They're expensive, but they're the best. So you can go to my Amazon store and check it out. The Amazon clip-on tuner. Go to Amazon.com/store/Ron Jackson Music and you can get this. They're like $85, but they're worth it. This newest model has a long-lasting battery, and it's the most accurate tuner you can buy. So these are great. So look at this. So this is a low A. So with the low A, you can get really cool sounds. You can double. You get that low sound. And what's really cool, you could do the Slam Stewart bass lines like this. So you can do those low fits on the bottom of your guitar, okay? Like Slam Stewart, the bass player, he used to sing those things out. Now, someone has a question here. Has it been hard to stay afloat in terms of being a jazz guitarist in this day and age? I would imagine social media helps, but in some way, I think it's also more difficult. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, someone's asking me a question. Is it hard to stay afloat as a jazz guitar player? Yes. It's hard to be a jazz guitar player, but you can do it. It just takes a lot of work. And, that's what I love to do. And I appreciate all my social media followers. And, it's been really good for me to have all the social media, people following me on social media. But you know what? I like to perform. So I've been touring more and, booking stuff overseas and all over the country. You can't just do social media. You got to have live events and other things happening as well. So I'm also involved with teaching, and all kinds of stuff. So I'm trying to mainly do bigger performances and events, and as well as doing my social media and doing my own business with for example, I'm doing a lot of stuff with my website. So I have my books. I'm going to be doing ebooks soon, everybody, of all my licks, like these type of licks, like the dominant, all the licks that I sell on my website. I'm going to be putting a book together, so check that out. I have those already on there, but I'm going to be putting a book together with those different kinds of things like chord melody and all my favorite jazz guitar riffs, picking techniques. I do a lot of my own business stuff like that. So you got to think like rappers, everybody. Kanye West, all those guys. They don't only do music, man. They do like clothing lines. So I have my shirt back here. If you see my shirts, I'm going to do hats soon. It's all on Amazon too, so check it out, everybody. I have my own Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so you can't just do just jazz. I think that's the problem that I think with jazz musicians aren't great at marketing themselves. You have to market yourselves too, as not just with the jazz, with playing. Of course, you have to be a great player. I think, and I think that I think a lot of jazz musicians shun the aspect of marketing and all that and selling things. I think it's very important to actually do all kinds of other things. So I don't only focus on playing jazz. Of course I play jazz, but I focus on the business as well. Okay, so it's very important to do that. That's a great question. So yes, it's difficult to be a jazz musician, but jazz is only less than 1% of the market. So I try to reach people who don't listen to jazz. That's what I'm trying to do. Not only jazz musicians, and I think in general, I think musicians don't support other jazz musicians in general. I think it's other people that do. So you know what I mean. They'll say, "Hey, man, you play great" and all this other stuff, but will they buy something from you, or will they take a lesson with you? Will they come to your concert? Most likely, no. You know, so a lot of us are busy. Like I mean, sometimes I go see concerts, but sometimes I'm working, so I can't. So I think it's important to reach across the aisle too, and have different different people follow you. I don't know what your opinion is, everybody, but you can save your opinion too on here. Let me see. Let me see what other questions there are on my Instagram, because I haven't talked to anybody on Instagram in a while. And just so you guys know, I have to teach in about an hour with a student I met on Instagram, who's been like a great student of mine. He's probably watching right now. His name is Chris. Okay, out of Colorado. Okay, Chris Adams, and I helped him get into college. And he met me on Instagram during the lockdown. I helped him audition, so I help with that kind of stuff too. If you want to get into that, and he's been, exactly, skills, networking, and holding yourself over and over. I like this guy, Indiana. Yes, you know what I mean. Like, you got to think about those guys like Kanye West. Who's the other rapper? All those guys, P Diddy. Those guys, man, they don't make money just playing music. They make money. Oh, thanks, String Snare, for your donation of $10 on YouTube. I appreciate you. Let me feature you. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for your donation on YouTube. And if you want to donate as well, everybody, for my questions and advice, just do so here, or go to Ron Jackson Music everywhere on PayPal. Cash App. It's all Ron. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. Just follow me, or whatever you want to do. So yes. So those guys are really smart. You got to think like that. You got to think, what are these rappers, man? They're not billionaires from like just rapping and doing concerts. They have like Ciroc line. I think that's P Diddy. The Yeezy or whatever Kanye, Ye, whatever he has all kinds of stuff that he sells. So he's a great guy, man, for that stuff. I mean, we have some political differences, but who doesn't? So, but otherwise, I mean, he's great. He's great at marketing himself. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you for putting yourself. I see you grinding here for a long time, and I really appreciate someone mastering their craft. Yeah, you know what, everybody? I try to master my craft, but I try to do good quality stuff. My posts, I really think about them. It's really important to put that up there. Someone said play some AC/DC. Look. That's some AC/DC on the 7th string with 14s on top. That's kind of hard to. So the problem with the guitar, man, when I bend those strings, I had to get my friend out called tuning, the tuner, because these strings go out of tune really easily on this guitar for now. It's a brand new guitar, but I do bend the strings on the 7th string, just so you know. So let me keep going. Let me ask you some questions. There's a bunch of questions everywhere. Let me see. What? Did someone make a comment? What's the comment? Oh, someone. Okay, someone texted me on the computer or private chat. Oh, I don't know where that is though. Oh, hold on. Someone sent me a question here. Hold on. Let me look at it. Now, while I'm doing that, let me look at these questions right now on Instagram, because I haven't been like answering. Hi, Ron. Someone said hi, Ron. Jor Prenesti. Let me say hi. Oh, hey. Hi from Argentina. Okay, great. Thanks for the live, Ron. You're welcome. Gonna check out the books. Great, Sharky. Sharky 335. Hey, man. Oh, man. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Isaiah, is that Isaiah Sharky? Man, one of my favorite guitar players, man. Amazing guitar player. Just so you know, Isaiah, if you're watching, one of my students was a big fan of yours years ago before I knew about you. Was Ray Gorin. Check him out. He's a young guitar player that lives in the LA area. And he was a big fan of yours, like when I was teaching him about maybe 10 years ago. So I mean, I love your work, you know, and thanks, you know, Isaiah's talking about my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. Go check it out, everybody. Let me see. Someone's asking me a question here. Oh yeah, so I have a book on slam stewart bass lessons on my website as well. Okay, so this is my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. I actually have 3 books on acoustic guitar, everybody, but the 2 other books are not. They're not. They're on the acoustic guitar website. They're all. One is about guitar picking techniques, and one is about scales. So, but the physical book you can actually get from me on my website. I can sign up for you, and I'm in person. Okay. So let me say, yeah, Isaiah, man, you're one of your big fans. Yeah. So someone's asking about a Slam Stewart lesson. So when I'm doing the bass lines like this, I have a lesson about that on my website. Go check it out, everybody. Okay. Yes. And on the album, I do it a lot on my new albums, Standards of My Songs on my vinyl. Okay. So you can check out my walking bass lines and my arrangements like this. Like on my new album, I do this. Watch it. So that's a 7-string arrangement with my Slam Stewart bass lines. Okay, so I like that arrangement. That's the song called "Will You Still Be Mine." It's my arrangement with a Slam Stewart kind of bass line like this. So I go. I have that. So I love to use that 7-string when I can in my arrangements too, especially when it's a trio. So that's another way you could use a 7-string on the guitar. Let me keep answering some questions now. I have tons of people trying to ask me questions here. Let me see. Let me go down. Oh, 1 second. Uh-oh, let me go back down. Wave. How you put that down? Uh-oh. Good. Oh, drop D. So someone's asking me what this note is again. Yeah, you're welcome, Isaiah. Thank you. I love your playing, man. And I'm sorry I missed you in New York recently when you played, but let me know. Send me a message when you're back in New York playing or if I'm on tour. I'm going to be in the West Coast in a couple of weeks. If you're in Bay Area, maybe I can meet you. So, yeah, so this is a low A, everybody. It's not a drop D. Okay, this is a 7-string guitar with a low A. Doubles this note, okay. It's really good for things. Let me see. See if I can do that right. Here we go. See? So I'm playing jive steps on my 7-string, but it's tricky on the 7-string, man, to even play jive steps because all the notes are so different. I find it easier to play jive steps on a 6-string because of the missing string. I have to throw that bass in. keep going here. So yeah, that's a 7-string walking on the giant steps. I have like a lesson about that too. Let me wave to some people here. Thank you for watching, everybody. It's a happy Sunday, and I'm taking questions. So I'm going to go for a little bit longer. Then I have to take a break, and I have to teach somebody that I actually met on Instagram here too, a student. So if you're interested in studying, and also I appreciate my friend String Snare for giving me a donation. That chord was meaty at the end. Thank you. What do you think about flat wound strings? So someone's asking me about flat wound strings on Instagram. I mean, on YouTube. No Name is his name. Let me see. Before I answer that question, the strings I'm using are flat wounds, everybody. So this 7-string set, or the 6-string set, if you're playing 6-string, are Labella jazz tapes, and these are actually, if you look carefully, these are flat wound strings, except for the 7th string, because it's hard to make a 7-string that's flat wound. This is round wound. Everything else is flat wound except for the first 3 strings, of course. So these are actually, nylon tape flat wound strings. Okay, so they are. Let me see something. Okay, good. Let me see. Putting yourself on YouTube. Thank you. Oh. Now let me go over here and answer some questions right now. Thank you. So that's I love to use. Hey Robert, Happy New Year. Robert Madio. Hey, are those tape wounds? I love tape wounds on my bass. Yes. So these are tape wound strings, everybody. They're nylon tape wound strings. So you know what? Everybody asks me the same question all the time on Instagram. Everywhere they say, "What kind of strings are those?" They're black. I mean, I have like, I don't know how many videos I have answering that question, but just take a look at my feed. I know it's hard. We get so much information. If you go back in my Instagram feed and all that stuff, YouTube, you'll see I talk all about these nylon tape strings. I have a whole video about it. It's just like so much. So just, check it out. Now, thanks for the live. You're welcome. Let me keep on. Going to check out the books. Thank you, Sharky. Let me go over here. I'm going to answer some more questions. I've got to answer some questions now on TikTok because I'm leaving those guys behind. Let me go over there. Do you use melodic minor scale in your to play outside? Of course. So someone asked me if I use a melodic minor. Of course. So like a good example is if I'm playing. Let me get my 6-string out. I'd like to thank D'Angelico for this great guitar. The 6-string D'Angelico Premier XL1. Okay. So someone's asking me if I play the melodic minor. Sure. So let's say I'm playing like a B7 flat 9 sharp. So I use a melodic minor. So you get the ultras good. See? So I use on the altered chords. I like to use the melodic minor on a dominant 7th. Let's just say a C7 flat, C7 sharp 11 with a natural 9, an unaltered chord. So I'm actually using a G melodic minor. So I'm using a G melodic minor there, okay? On the C7. I use it a lot, actually. On a Locrian, natural 9. That's a C melodic minor. So that's a Locrian natural 9 scale. So it's like a Locrian scale with a raised 2. They also call it Locrian natural 2. Of course, when I play these scales, everybody, just so you know, I don't only play the scale. I use like bebop phrases using the scale. So I'm using more of like passing tone. So I'm using passing. So I'm using melodic minor there in that situation, And so yeah, so if someone's playing like let's say they're playing a regular G7. If I want to take it out, I use A flat melodic minor, which makes alter. While they're doing the regular chord, I'll play alter like that. So that makes it more interesting when you're playing. So when you're jazz musicians, we always use reharmonization or substitution to play outside. I've been using the harmonic minor scale a lot recently because I wasn't using that as much. So when I was studying with Barry Harris in his classes, rest in peace, Barry. He talked a lot about the harmonic minor. So I've been using harmonic minor a lot for reharmonization. So that's a great thing to do. Yeah, this is a beautiful guitar. Thank you, D'Angelico. You know what? I found out. Let me drink some coffee. This has been a great question and answer, everybody. I'm having a good time, actually. So let me have some coffee. So Barry Harris got me into was into harmonic minor. So I've been working on the harmonic minor modes, yeah. Because one time, why I've been working on them too? I wasn't working on them as much as I like to. One time, what kicked me in the butt was when someone walked up to me. Someone on Instagram said, your harmonic minor modes. I was like, oh, I do, but I don't know them as well as I should. Thank you. So let me practice them. So you know what? You always have something new to learn. So so I like to use the harmonic minor a lot in my solos too. So if I'm playing like a A7 alter, now Wes did this month less longer. He would play an A harmonic minor. No, sorry, he would play the harmonic minor of the chord you're going to. So if you're playing A7 flat 9 or sharp 9, going to a D minor or major. So he would do this. So you could play an approach chord that you're playing. You could play a D harmonic minor over this. You could do that reharmonization, okay, everybody? So I've been using that a lot in my solos. And Barry would have us practice it like this. I'm going down in octaves, going up. I'm going octave to octave of the mode of the scale. He would have us do in class. It's a great exercise, actually, to play that melodic minor. The harmonic minor up the scale, octave to octave, and you're playing each mode of the melodic minor. So I like to use melodic minor a lot. Like, so you're playing a C major 7. You can play a C major 7. You can play a harmonic harmonic minor over that, which gives you what they call Ionian. They call it an Ionian raised flat 6. They call it. So that's actually an A melodic minor, A harmonic minor. So I like to throw in those things when someone else is playing, a regular chord. That's just reharmonization. We call it substitution. I'm thinking another chord there, like an A major 7 sharp 5. Oh, sorry. While they're playing this or this. Okay? So that's a great question. Someone's asking me, do you still transcribe songs you like, or is it mainly developing my own sound and music now? You know what? Someone's asking me if I still transcribe. Of course, I do a little bit, but I'm trying to develop my own sound too. But you know what? I want to transcribe everything. Everybody's playing such great stuff, man, but I don't have time. That's the main thing. I don't have time to practice like I used to. So that's a great question, Rap Master Apple. Oh, sorry. String snare. And again, thank you everybody, for watching. And if you're enjoying what you hear, you can go to, you can actually go to, here on Instagram and you can give gifts also on TikTok. But on Instagram, I forget what it's called. You can just actually give a gift while I'm actually I'm on here talking, or if you text PayPal or whatever on Instagram, it sends you to a link where you can actually give me a donation there. But let me answer some questions now on TikTok because I haven't answered in a while. Let me see. I have like 28 messages. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, let me go to the top of the list here. Okay. Any BB King jams you got? BB King. Let me see. Bill's gone. I mean, this is really a question and answer kind of thing, more than request session. Loving the jazz. Thank you. Affirmation. That's great. Great playing. Thank you. Affirmation is a great tune, actually. So this is not a Gretsch. This is a D'Angelico, and my other one's a Benedetto. Let me show you that seven string Benedetto. It's a 16B. Let me get that for you guys. I just found out. I don't know if it's. I think it's true. Someone said that this guitar is called a Benedetto. This is a Benedetto 7 string. Look at the headstock here. Can you see that? Oh, I gotta wipe this. See that Benedetto? So that's a Benedetto 7 string. Okay. Can you see that on TikTok? I guess you can. Okay. And this is so I'm using a D'Angelico on Benedetto. Just so you know, Benedetto was taught by D'Angelico, the original guy. This is not like a real, one that was made by D'Angelico himself. This is like the stock model from that's made in Korea through D'Angelico America. So I mean, and I'm one of the artists. So this is a great guitar right here, but this was made by this guy studied under Benedetto. I mean under D'Angelico. So that's a great question. What's the difference between the lower top string? That's a low A, just so you know. Okay. Let me see. There's other questions. What's my favorite guitar? I don't have a favorite guitar, but I think this one right now is for now. Let me keep answering. I see George Van Dam, Lenny Bro. Yeah. Let me see me keep going. 14s. Let me keep answering questions. Can you play some reggae, please? Hello from Rapid City. It's brutal, man. I don't know where you find the energy for all this. Pay for pizza. You know how to get a jazz music guitarist to leave your house? Oh, God, I got to ask questions. Someone's asking some questions here. Let me keep going here. I'm having a bass with the guitar. Someone's asking some questions here. Do you improvise or pre-arrange mostly? You know what? It just depends. I have some real arrangements for some songs, Like, here's a real arrangement. So I almost forgot. So this is a song called More Than You Know. So I actually have a 7-string arrangement. So this is a real arrangement that I wrote. It goes like this. So that was actually an arrangement. So the melody is like this. That's More Than You. It goes like this. So what I did is I took that melody and I went like this. I put the 7-string arrangement. See what I did? So the most important thing when you're playing these kind of arrangements is that you know how to play the melody first without the arrangement. Because some guys, they'll play the arrangement, but they don't know how to play the melody and vice versa. I'm guilty of that. I think the most important part of a song for all you guys to know is that the melody is the most important. Because you know why? I did a TikTok and a post about this because you could be like Elon Musk and not know the melody. But if you play the melody, I mean, so Tesla's and SpaceX, but if you play his melody wrong and he doesn't play any music, he'll know it. So you got to know your melodies, guys. It's very important to know your melodies and know how to play them clearly. The melody is the most important thing. I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, and he used to get on my butt about the melody. And the melody is the most important thing. So when I play a melody wrong, I hate myself, basically, because the melody is the most important part of a song, actually. So, because everybody knows the melody, you could be like a farmer or a rock climber, and you play your melody wrong, man. They'll be like, "What? You played that wrong, man." This will play anything, So that's very important, guys. Let me see. When do you normally stream? This is fascinating. I'm really enjoying this. You know what? I got to stream more often. Someone said, Rat Master Apple said I got to stream more. So yeah, I got to stream more in general, but it's hard to do all this stuff. I should just put my camera on when I'm playing live and just stream as well. But to answer questions, I'm trying to do this once a month right now. So I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to do the same day, but sometimes it's hard to do the same day. So like the same day every month. But yeah, I'm trying to do that more often. Now, okay, let me keep answering some questions here. Having a bass on the guitar. As a metal musician, I usually think of us being the only one that uses 7-string. So just so you guys know, they used 7-string guitar in jazz before they did metal. Just so you guys know, it's a fact. George Van Epps, the godfather of the 7-string guitar. Let me see. I have one of his books here. Take a look at this book. Oops, sorry, man. I just hit my guitar. Uh-oh. It's okay. Look at this. George Van Epps, the guy who wrote this book. See this? He started playing the 7-string guitar in the 40s. So was metal around back then? I don't think so. So, and also the 7-string guitar, guys, is not new. The 7-string guitar has been around for centuries. It was invented like around the same time, not when the guitar actually started, but it's been around for a long time. Just take a look at go to my favorite encyclopedia. Go to Google and Wikipedia. The 7-string guitar has been around for a long time, and they used it in jazz first, and then metal and everything else came after. Just so you know, okay? Because metal hasn't been around that long. You have to wait till like the 60s and stuff like that. Okay, just so you know. So study your history. I looked it up on Google, but actually George Van Epps was one of the first people to put it. He actually put a 7-string on his guitar, but the 7-string has been around for centuries, actually, guys. So just so you know. Okay, now, yeah, started 7-string. George Van Epps. Google him. Someone said that. Oh, Malachi. Yeah, he's right. And yeah, he started playing the 7-string with an E8. Yes, this guy's right. Guys. Malachi. Is that Malachi, my friend Malachi? Just making sure. Yes. So 7-string's been around for a long time, everybody. Well, I can't see it being beneficial in jazz as well as having a triad on top of strings. I can see it being beneficial in jazz. You could do all kinds of stuff with a 7-string. Listen, man, you got. If you haven't checked out George Van Epps, you know who I was talking to, everybody. When I picked up the guitar recently, he mentioned George Van Epps was Tosin Abasi. Tosin Abasi mentioned him first because I tuned mine to a low A string. He used to practice George Van Epps arrangements for 7-string with the low A. And so, if you're really a heavy metal person or a metal person, you have to know George Van Epps because he's one of the godfathers of the 7-string, and even Tosin Abasi checked it out. So you got to know your history. You got to go back in your history. Everybody, rock, jazz, and go back in your history and check that out. Let me see. That's all. I mean, that's a fact. Okay, so audition. I'm auditioning in Minnesota for Allstate. Any advice? Someone's asking if they're going to audition. So if you want to audition, help someone to audition you. And I'm good at that. If you want to contact me about auditioning, I'm doing a sale right now. We can prepare you for your audition. Just use buy 40 on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and we can do an audition package, and I can help you get into college. I've helped many people get into college, actually. So yes, I can't give you any advice right now because I got to see what the audition is. You can't just go on the internet. Hey man, I'll give you advice, and I don't even know what you sound like. You need someone to see you play and see what you need to work on. You can't just ask somebody on live stream about that kind of stuff. You need one-on-one help with that kind of stuff. Yes. So get someone to help you with the audition. Oh yeah. You got a #1 gifter badge. Thank you. Thank you, Santa Rose. Thank you. Do you like Muddy Waters? Sure. Is that all you play is jazz? Oh, I play more stuff than jazz, actually. Someone's asking me that question. That's a great question. But yes, I play more than jazz. Play Norman Brown. Oh, yeah. I'm answering questions mostly. Oh, I'm almost at 900. Oh, someone's asking about 900. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering these questions. Hey, Ron, I'm the pianist from Yakov's live concert in Queens. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for watching. What's your name again? From Yakov's friend, pianist. I just played with this great piano player, young guy. Someone's asking me, is this a 7-string? Yes, this is a 7-string. Okay, so you know what, guys? I'm going to get going here in a minute. I've been on for a long time. I have to go teach, actually. So please follow me. Please share my live stream. This was my question and answer. I'm going to turn off my amp now and get going. I have to teach somebody at 2 o'clock, a student I met here on Instagram, on social media. And if you want to study with me, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And definitely, get a lesson. I'm having a sale right now. It's buy, BYE, 40, and you save 40% off, okay? If you want to donate, just go to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. Or if you're on YouTube, I'd like to thank someone who actually gave a gift on YouTube automatically. I appreciate it, a string snare, he gave a gift. And, you can give, I forget what they're called on Instagram again. You could actually give directly on my Instagram feed here a gift. But, I hope I answered your questions. And I'll be doing more live streams. I might let this live stream, on my Instagram channel. I might keep it on my channel so you could watch it after. But I answered many questions that are very important about music and about being a professional musician. So you can watch this on YouTube definitely too, because I'm leaving this on YouTube. So I appreciate everybody watching and supporting me and supporting live music and supporting us musicians. Come see me play live when I perform out. I'll be playing in the New York City area. I'll be on California in a couple of weeks. Follow me everywhere, Ron Jackson Music. And, I try to give the best advice I can about all subjects that I think I know about. And I appreciate you guys. I'm going to be recording a new album soon. And it's going to be fun. And we'll see you guys very soon. And thank you for making my last album the top 100 in the Jazz Week charts in 2022 and making it got to number 10 on the radio charts in the United States. This album right here. So, check it out. It's in vinyl and CD and everywhere on streaming. Standards of My Songs. And this album was number 10 on the radio charts in 2022 and top 100 in the United States for the jazz charts. Number 69 out out of 100. So thank you guys. I appreciate you, and keep in touch. And I'll see you, and I'll have some cool posts coming up soon. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Rat Master. Bye-bye, everybody. See you guys soon. Oh, yeah, second. Let me see one thing. There's one question here. New stealth picks, like someone's asking me about picks real quick. I'm going to answer one last question. I use these Jim Dunlop picks and Pick World picks that are made for me, Ron Jackson model picks. You can get them on my website. Just a regular teardrop heavy pick, and also down to extra heavy. The purple one here is extra heavy. Let me put that up. This one, and this I use medium for funky and rock stuff because it's too hard to play really fast funk stuff with a pick that's too thick to me. Okay, so those are the kinds of picks I use. I use heavy strings and heavy picks for that big sound. Okay, so guys, I'll talk to you guys soon. Let me see if there's anything else. There's so many questions on TikTok. My favorite trombone player, huh? Hey, my favorite trombone player is Clark Gayton, and he's like he's in the hospital right now recovering from a stroke. So he's on my album actually. He's on my hit song called Roundabout that was on the Spotify playlists, Top Jazz Spotify playlists. So Clark Gayton's one of my favorite trombone players. So everybody, keep in touch. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye. Thank you. Let me end the. Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit better. I'm doing my live stream here. I'm trying to make sure the camera looks good, and I go back a little bit. And waiting for people to join me. I know this is very last minute, no impromptu kind of fast-paced live here. I'm going to be talking about the 7-string guitar and how it's used in jazz. And people are asking me these questions all the time about let me make sure my sheets are correctly put up here because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, what's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7-string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. See that? So I have to do that. So the B flat. So I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, I do warm up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now there's 7 of the strings now. Then backwards. Now what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. If you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. Etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7th string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7th string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7th string guitar player and 6th string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7th string guitar, in his mid-40s, until he died. And he called it the new guitar. So I was studying jazz comping with him. Like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7th string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched. Not switched, but I I started playing 7-string guitar, and it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And when I get those really cool, and you get that low note, you get that really note. Pause. Okay, so you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones, and I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7-string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, any chord that uses a 7-string. So I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 3rd, and flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. Throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And getting that really low note in there is hard to use actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you everybody for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah, so you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7-string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7-string because he always said that the 7-string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is Lush Life's in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. I dominate my three favorite guitar players. I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lust Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Picciarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? So that was Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar, Let me see what you mean by that. Um, I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on undone by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Now this part is really hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm going, so I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here, a lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. I'll try to use the open strings as much as I can. A low A. harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day, so I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the seventh string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is the seventh string. So let me see my live top chat here. How do you apply blues notes into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know your you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, you know, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Have you ever tried Elixir Strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir Strings too. So that's Elixir Strings. I use them on my solid body, actually. You know, these are like 10, these are 7-string sets from my solid body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir Strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. You know, I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, Elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So yeah, so I use Elixir Strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, you know, please send me a comment or anything. And if any of these tips help, you know, on the link, I'm actually, you know, there's a link if you want to donate to this, to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you have any, if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. But if you feel like in your heart you like to, you could you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So and all at Ron Jackson Music, okay? Just like my YouTube channel. And please definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I'll never try that. I love Elixir Strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique? less strumming and more doodling. Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah, yeah. And thank you for this. For listening to this octave harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel. I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good, good, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like a kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sims, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on actually is based on Donnelly. I could do that for you. I'm using the 7-string. Someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pissarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But, like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go.
So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant I'd hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. You know, I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, you know. How about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You know, I know it's an afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. Sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with a 7-string. You know, like particularly using the 7-string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, you know, to incorporate my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone had some questions here. And that's a really cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Do you have a low B? Oh, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Epps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Epps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so the low A string is a really cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. It's the lowest note, on the 7-string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do.
You could do really cool bass lines like that, you know. Like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, oh, okay. So that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory. Okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. You know, it's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second. Do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, you know, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string. Someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7. Now the low A string, I can use the low A string for all kinds of 7th chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the 7th chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using 7th chords here. So this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. Chords here, just an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the 7th string and 7th chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's you know, what I like about the 7th string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a 6 string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing 7 string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. I'm doing like a little pop song by Anita Baker called "Caught Up in the Rapture," and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I've actually do a lot of recording sessions, like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my 7 string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the 3rd string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the 7 string is actually the Slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the 7th and the 6th string together, it makes a cool Slam Stewart sound, like it's a 5th. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing, like, let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that 7th-string Slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do 3 of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. So I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here, because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. Hey Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, would you most like to perform today? if you had a choice, would if I had to play with an artist today, Dave, I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, please. I have this ready on my description, but I'm taking donations today too. If you feel like there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7th string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet me. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. You know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But if you're enjoying this, please subscribe, of course, and send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in Northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in the Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, Northern Holland. And they're basically, it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe as far as like, classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that you can go there to Guildhall. Any place in Europe where it's much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. He just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitarist, 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player. that I haven't seen in years that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar. But he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berkeley. Ha ha! Yeah, Berkeley. Take your money, Berkeley. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. Whoa, everybody. So that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups, never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Abani, I love him. I brought a 7 string to his metal class. Oh yeah, cool, cool. What do you do about? What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian Lodge is a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lodge. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So yeah, Julian Lodge is featured in this. I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article about in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, no, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one. Okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while, but you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message, so you can follow. This will look backwards here. This is like mirror image. My Patreon, if you want to study with me, 6 and 7 string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah. Okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon, www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today, at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after. If I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York. And thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. That's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. Hey, everybody. Ron Jackson here. Just making sure you can hear me. Are you, can you send me a text message if you can or not? Today I'm doing a blues concert. I'm going to be doing all kinds of different bluesers. There's all kinds of styles actually for blues. This is my Patreon only concert. I might make this public later right now. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to make a small message. Okay, just making sure you can hear me. I'm going to play a cool tune right now, see if you can guess what it is. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Reggie, how you doing? Blue Monk, yeah. I'm going to put a bigger light on so you can see me better. Someone recommended that just now. Hold on. That was Blue Monk. That's basically a 1-4-5 blues, but I transposed it to the key of A. What would be the reason for that? Anybody guess? Let me put this light on. Uh-oh. So you can see me a little better. Here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I put the song Blue Monk in the key of A so I can play those open strings. If you're a guitar player, it's better to sometimes it's great to use the guitaristic features of the guitar like open strings. When I used to see Joe Pass, see his videos, I saw a workshop of him years ago. He would take a song and put it into a different key so he could play those open strings. George Benson, Wes Montgomery, all the great guitar players, try to use open strings because, you can actually do it. With the 7th string, I have that low A note. So I can actually do that. So, this is a new thing I'm trying. I'm actually playing through my Motu M2 audio card. So now I'm actually playing through that and going directly from there and getting a decent sound. I'm not even using an amp. So it's a more clear, direct sound. I'm going to play you another blues. Now, there's all kinds of blueses, everybody. So I just did a kind of a traditional slow blues. I'm going to play you a blues in 3. Now, no one knows this, but this song was written by Toots Thielemans. And this song is very famous. A lot of jazz musicians play it. And it's in 3/4. It's a waltz. It's actually a blues form, more of a bebop form. We could talk about it later. And this song is called Bluesette. Here we go. Try to get comfortable here. Woo! Oh, gotta turn the mic back on. Hey, hey, everybody, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for watching. I see a few viewers up here. It's not a public stream, but I could make it public, but maybe next time I'd like to have these Patreon only concerts. I might actually put some of these and make them public later. I haven't thought about that yet recently. I'm just starting these and getting used to the YouTube live video streams and things like that. But I'm going to start trying to do that actually in a couple of weeks. Now that I'm getting my act together with my equipment here at home. So that was another blues. Now, for people who are wondering what bluesette is like, it's actually a blues, but it's an extended blues. So two Steelman, there's some blueses that are called bebop blues, like Blues for Alice, songs like that. That kind of stuff. And they start to get to the four. They'll play from the B flat major 7, and then he does a cycle going to doing an A minor 7 to D7, and then to the G minor, which is a 6, and then he does a 6. He makes it into a 2/5. It goes to the 2/5 of the 4. He gets to the 4 chord there. Now he's going to like 2/5 to the D flat, so that's E flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, and then he's doing, so that's the 4. That's actually the flat 3 major 7 in the key of B flat. So you would use just a major or Lydian scale there, and a 2/5 to the flat 2 chord, and then he does a 2/5 with the flat 2 chord. Is actually a B major 7, just so you know. If you look at the music, the bluesette, you'll see that. He does a minor 2/5, C minor 7 to F7, back to the 1 chord. Then a 1/6 2/5 basically. B flat, which G minor, C minor to F7. So that's a blues, but it's an extended blues, and we call that a bebop blues, really. or a form of bebop blues. We go through all these changes, and you actually it's a blues form, but it's actually comes from the original blues, which is the original blues I heard actually started as just one chord, and the guy would change his voice and actually, go to the 4 chord and the 5 chord in his voice, and eventually it developed to the next step, which was 1/4, then 1/5, and you got the 1/4/5 blues. Then in jazz, we started doing it more. We actually started putting like 1, 2, 5 of the 4, and then 4, then sharp 4, and all the stuff like that. So I'm going to play you another type of blues. This is a blues that Wes Montgomery wrote, and this is a great song that I play sometimes on gigs. It's called "The Thumb." Now, Wes wrote a lot of great blueses. There's one song called "Sundown" that I used to play. So many blueses that he did, and they call me Les Montgomery. Actually, just kidding. So let me play you this song right now called "The Thumb." Now, this song is in the key of G. So I've been playing different keys for you. Oops. So let me fix this mic and then we go. Here we go. Whew. Whoa. Well, that was hard work. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, thanks for listening. Hey, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's a great student of mine for what, great guitar player. And, if I could figure out a way of putting you guys, I think there's a way actually. Oh, I could have done this on StreamYard. Man, I can't believe this. You know what? Next week, guys, I'm going to use StreamYard to do a live so we can chat and I can invite some of my students in to this live broadcast. You know what? I forgot I can actually use that. So I'm going to write this down for you guys right now. StreamYard is actually another app I could actually use. I mean, it's kind of late now because we're right in the middle of it, but I could send you a link next time. You can go on StreamYard and you can watch and join me. I don't think we can actually go private on that. Maybe we can, but I can invite some students up to talk and hang out a little bit too, and patrons, of course. If you want any questions, to go through StreamYard. I've never really used StreamYard like this as a private concert yet. So thank everybody for watching and liking this. Reggie's asking about are there any particular scales you prefer over the blues? I use all kinds of different scales and stuff, Reggie. Let me talk about that a little bit. So if I'm playing over a blues, I mean, I'll use the minor pentatonic, of course. You should know all your minor pentatonics, everybody, all over the neck. So if I'm in the key of G, there's about 5 of them. Now, I mean, I won't show you. I'll just show you the 6-string version. This is a 7-string, so. That's the next one. All the minor pentatonic, okay? So every chord, it depends on what the progression is actually. So when I'm actually playing like over a G7, I have a lot of options. So I'll just take just a dominant scale. Now remember to be able to play this all over the neck. Then I could use a G mixolydian with a sharp raised 4. I could use G altered. I usually do that when I'm going to the chord next. It's not going to make, when you do G altered, it makes a flat 9. Okay. And then I'm leading to the C chord, so I'm doing like a dominant altered chord. Now for everybody who wants who are scared about these, not scared, but the word is like don't understand how to use these altered chords. A great substitution, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're playing a G7 flat 9 with a sharp or with a flat 13 or a sharp 9, like that, okay, you could just play a D flat 7 chord instead in your solo, or a D flat dominant scale. It's called a tritone substitution, and that's the easiest way to play an altered. It's basically a half step above the chord you're approaching. So if I'm playing a G7 altered going to a C, I'll just play a D flat instead. It's the same exact scale. And you can just raise the 4 on that dominant scale. Okay? That's the 4. And then lead to the chord, the C chord. So that's a D flat to a C. That's the easiest way, actually, to be able to play an altered chord. That's another scale I use. I mean, I'll use whole tone too on the G7. The whole tone scale. I like that scale. And then it's a symmetric scale, so I can do some cool things with it, like half sets below used up. I like this one. It's easy to play between the second and third string. I mean, yeah, and then I do a lot of reharmonizations also. So that's another thing I like to do. I mean, I don't just play like just a G7 to a excuse me, to a C chord. Let me get some coffee here. I'll actually I'll just do like an I'll do reharmonizations. There's a bunch of them. I'll just go from G. I'll go down the whole steps every bar. That means every 2 frets down to get to the 4 chord and things like that. Then I'll do like descending 2 5s to get to the 2 chord. Things like that. There's so many things I could do. But anyway, let me play you another song, everybody. Some more blues. I'm going to play you another song that was made famous by Miles Davis. And he actually wrote this, I think. I heard he stole all this music, but this is called All Blues. Let me tune up. Yeah, the key of G again. Woo! Oh, okay. Some blues. We could talk about the blues all day. There's so many blueses. Does anybody have any questions that are watching? Let me know. About I'm playing the 7-string guitar, so if you have any questions about that, about how I tune it, how I play it, I'm going to be actually I have to put another video up. I'm going to be putting up one up this week, a new video on one of the lessons that I have about walking bass lines. So that's for 6-string. Then also I have some 7-string videos coming up about walking bass lines we're going to get into for people. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And there's so many blueses in jazz, but there's also, the traditional blues. When I got to work with Taj Mahal about 10, 15 years ago, this guy knows every kind of blues, man. He was just amazing. He knows like all the different styles. I mean, like different forms of blues. This guy's like a walking blues book, man. So really interesting cat. So that's we did a lot of cool blueses today. I'll do something for you right now that's written by John Coltrane. It's like it's a blues with a bridge. You have those kind of things too, and this is called Blue Train. We can talk about it later. It's just a blues, and then it has a bridge, like kind of like rhythm changes, but it's like a blues form. You have 12 bars of blues, 12 bars A. Then B is a bridge of 8 bars, and then you go back to the A again. If you can get confused if you can't feel form like that. But let's try that. Ready? Here we go. It's in B flat. Yeah. 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 Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that was called. Actually, what was that song called? It's a John Coltrane song. A Blue Train. No, not Blue Train. Let me think about it. I just had the name here. It's one of his famous songs. It's actually a blues with a bridge. Okay, and basically the bridge goes to A flat for 2 bars, G for 2 bars, and then F for 2 bars. It's actually like a variation on rhythm changes. The bridge to rhythm changes, which is I Got Rhythm. If you go to the bridge for I Got Rhythm, it goes to D, then G, 2 bars each, C7. Oh, these are all dominant 7. To F7, okay? And but John Coltrane, he replaces the D with an A flat, which is a tritone substitution, we call it. Okay, and then it goes down to the G, and then he goes to the G flat, which is a tritone substitution of the C7. It goes to the F. Okay, I think that was called Locomotion, actually, that song. But it's a great song, and it's a fast song. but it's a blues, so blues is a little bit easier to play faster than I think than rhythm changes. But we'll talk about rhythm changes another time. Now, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I think I'm getting a little tired here. I'm gonna actually probably end the live stream right now. So if there's any questions, please send them to me on my on Patreon. Um, and this has been fun playing for you guys. And if you have any questions, just send them on my way here. And this is all. This was all blues day. There's so many blueses. Let me play you maybe just one more before I finish up. And so I did different kinds of blueses. So a lot of blueses have like pentatonic melodies, but also they have more complicated melodies. I'm gonna end with Billy's Bounce. And that's one of the blueses I know a little better than some as far as melodies are concerned. All these bebop melodies are kind of difficult to learn, but you can learn them eventually. You have a whole arsenal of them. There's so many of them. I have this list right here that I'm looking at. There's Bessie's Blues, Billy's Bounce. Oh, that was called that was on Blue Train. I think that was called Locomotive or Locomotion. And then there's tons. There's Footprints, Freddie the Freeloader, Mr. PC, Now's the Time, Sandu. I played all these songs before with somebody. Blues Walk. It's just so many songs. Things ain't what they used to be. So those are great tunes. Anyway, cool, man. I'm going to play you one more song. This is called Billy's Bounce. Well, thank you, everybody. That was real fun. And I'll see you guys soon everywhere else. Okay, bye-bye. There's people watching already. Thank you. I'm just, going to go live on my phone because it's a little better, I think. And I'm going to take questions. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I don't want to cut my guitar off. So I'm just setting up real quick. Impromptu live. If you have any questions, please ask them. I'll try to answer them. Let me see if I can see the guitar back here. I might have to lower the stand a little bit here so you can see my guitar. Let me try it right now. Oh, a little low. So how's everybody doing today? I'm going to be trying to do these sessions more often where you can answer questions. So, hey, how's it going over there? Jeremy, I might have to raise my seat up a little bit just so you can see me a little better. Let me do that right now. I'm going to use my stool instead of my chair like this. Let me get that. So, send me some questions right now, everybody. I'm going to be talking about this book that I have out now, Chords at Your Fingertips. A bunch of different things. I'd like to thank all my new patrons that joined this week. Let me move this chair back here a little bit. Okay. Ooh. So, something's happening. Everything's okay. I'm here. Some drama here. Trying to set up. Because you know what? When you go to YouTube, you can't really just like start streaming. It's just like you got to adjust your camera and stuff like that. At least in my case. So I have my guitar here, my 7-string guitar. So if you have any questions about this, let me know. Oh, you know what? I don't know John Mayer chord progressions by heart. Actually, let me see who that was. I think that was Jack. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. I'm going to try to see who's chatting with me. I can't see them all at the same time. Maybe I can go on my other computer. Let me ask my my associate. Can you pass me my computer? And I'll take questions. I can see what the comments are better when I have my computer at the same time. So I'm trying to see the live chat and see who's talking right now. Oh, here you guys go. Hold on, let me see. I got my computer so I can see the live chat. Okay, a good place to start learning jazz guitar is actually, and I'm going to fix my head here. A good place to start playing jazz guitar is with a teacher, actually. So let me go to my live chat here and just look at my channel and look at my live chat so I can see you guys better, your comments better. The phone transmits a lot better, so you guys know. So let me go here real quick and get like a stand to put this on. Here you go. So let me see. I'm going to try to take your questions as best I can. So let me see. Hold on. What's going on here? Let me go to my YouTube channel here and just make sure I can see Ron Jackson Music. And then I'm going to answer your questions easier when I see the chat here. Okay. Let me see. I see some questions right here. You like this? Sup, y'all? Hi from the UK. I'm live right now, so let me look at this. I don't want to hear the delay, though. Okay, good. I can see the questions now. Hey, Jeremy, Gerani, CD Sessions. Hi. Oh yeah. How's it going? Great to see you guys. Um, I'm going to try to answer your questions best I can. I'm going to move back a little bit. Before I do that, I should maybe play a song for you. What do you think of the 1400 Euro Aria Pro? So I don't know that guitar actually really well. I don't know. I mean, I only have, I've tried Aria guitars before. Actually, I have a couple of Aria guitars actually, nylon strings here that I use, and I don't really. I have a couple of their classical guitars. I knew the guy that ran the company. I was an endorser for a while. I don't even know if he's alive. His name was Shiro Arai, and he was a great guy. And I started endorsing them like about 20 years ago. And I got free guitars from him, and he's a really cool guy. So, but I don't even know if he was alive because he was pretty old back then. In like around 2000. He was a real cool guy, and I like the guitars basically. So if you want to play jazz guitar, everybody, you should actually definitely get a guitar teacher. It's really important to do that. When I was a kid trying to learn how to play jazz, it was cool, but I needed guidance because it's hard to hear the chords and all that other stuff. Okay, and you need to really get a I don't want to say a real book, but start learning tunes. Because a real book is kind of a crutch actually, because what happens is you start looking at all these books, and then you have to remember the tunes. You have to remember what they sound like. So you have to get that stuff in your ears. So it's very important to get a teacher to help you with this stuff. So I didn't really have a teacher until I went to Berklee College of Music and got my butt kicked, by all these great guitarists. So I went to see a Joe Pass workshop. He was a monster, that guy. He had a lot of interesting things to say. But the most important thing is to learn tunes, get a teacher, listen to records and transcribe solos and learn, phrases and licks. I call them, or jazz riffs. Let me see. There's some other questions. Someone says, I like music. That's good. So I don't know the $1,400 Aria Pro 2, but they sound like good guitars to me. So you know what? So the last time I actually touched a guitar was actually Sunday because, and I had a bunch of gigs last week. So, we can talk a little bit about warming up. So this is my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, let me know. And it's an Eastman AR810CE 7-string. Can never remember that damn name. So it has 7-string. I'm doing a little warm up right now where I'm actually doing chromatics, 4 notes, and doing a 4 adjacent finger, a lick. So what I'm doing, and I'm doing a tremolo at the same time. What's your favorite drop 2 voicings or fancy root subs? Well, I mean, I love some of these drop 2 voicings I use for minor 7 flat 5. That was actually a drummer boy. You're a drummer, huh? Wow, I didn't know drummers play guitar. So if one of the hardest drop 2 voicings is actually the let's do a D minor 7 flat 5. Okay, what I do is this. You should know all your drop 2 voicings for a minor 7 flat 5 or any chord actually. Hey, how's it going? So you should be able to do this. So this is the 5th string root. Okay, and you should be able to do it on the 4th string root. I actually have these written out on my printables page on I actually sell these on my printables page in versions. Actually, I'm actually have to put those up this week on my website, rodjacksonmusic.com. So all the inversions of all the chords, you should know them from all the roots. Minor 7 flat 5. So So let's say I'm playing here. They're hard here. Okay. See that? They get the weird fingers on the 6th string. Oh yeah, looking great. Sound great. Thank you. So you can use that over that minor 7 flat 5 over a minor 6 or dominant 7th. Yeah, actually, just so you guys know, okay, the minor 6 chord is actually is the same thing as a minor 7 flat 5. Okay, it has the same exact notes. They're the same inversions. 2 names for the same chord. So if you look carefully, it looks like a 6 chord, F minor 6 chord here. So they're basically interchangeable, okay? Yeah, you're welcome. So I use this a lot. And also diminished is really easy to play off the minor 7 flat 5, so I'll just substitute. Okay, I like to do that a lot. Or diminished from the roots. Okay, etc. So you should definitely know your inversions, your drop 2s. Let me see. 2-5-1 substitution for each chord. That's Marty Mooney. And inversions for us, please. Maybe G or C. So 2-5-1 substitution. So if you're doing for let's say you're doing let's do G minor to F7, something a little different. So you know what? Let me take out my 6-string guitar so you guys can understand a little bit better. Here's my 6th string. Let me pull that out. So I have my D'Angelico. I'd like to thank D'Angelico Guitars for giving me a 6-string guitar. Let me show you something before I forget. I have some of these banners to show you guys. Can you play a jazz progression for practice purposes that's a little bit more advanced than 2-5-1? Sure. So let me see something here. Let me pull out my guitar first. So this is my D'Angelico XL1 that D'Angelico actually gave me as an artist sponsor. Okay, I'd like to thank Justin and everybody D'Angelico New York for this nice D'Angelico. So it's a little easier for people to follow this when I'm teaching them, because most people don't play 7-string. So I'm just tuning this up right now. So someone's asking about 2-5s and substitutions. Let's do that real quick first. So when I'm playing a 2-5, let's say G minor 7 to a C7. But there's a lot of ways you can substitute that, okay? So I'm doing G minor 7, C7, to F major 7. Now, I mean, first one thing you can substitute is just like the basic notation. You don't have to play like a real straight minor 7. You can play minor 9 to a 13 to a 9. Okay. Another thing I like to do, you can make it into a minor 2-5, because remember, you don't have to play a straight 2-5 over a chord progression. You could just play. I'm gonna move this back a little bit so you guys can see my head cut off as much. And is that better? Let me fix this a little bit. Okay, that's maybe a little better. What I'm doing is this. I'm trying to show you substitutions. So let's go I'm going to go like this. Let me move this chair over. So I'm doing 9 to a 13 to a F major 7 9. Then I can just make it minor 7 flat 5. Oh, Angel. Yeah, he saw me on Marty Sports. My daughter's doing good. You know, you know, you can check her out, Lucia Jackson. So I like to change. I like to alter my chords a lot, so you guys know if I'm doing a 2-5, I don't have to play a straight minor, you know, a 2-5-1. I can go. I lowered the 5, kept the 9. Sharp 5 here. You know, change that to like a Lydian chord or something, you know. So that's another reharmonization. Also, you can use tritone substitutions like this. What I did is I just played like a minor 7 flat 5, or just straight minor, and then a G flat 7, which is a tritone substitution for the C. A tritone away. Okay, like that. Okay, you can do that. Okay, so what I just did is a 2-5, minor 2-5, tritone substitution. Yeah, I played fusion before. So let me look at some of these questions. So I'm going to try to do some more complicated progressions in a minute. So you know, some good complicated progressions are like Wayne Shorter tunes, things like that. I'm going to have to pull my real book out to look at a couple in a second. Let me look at these questions first. Oh yeah, what's the uses of classical melodic minor in jazz? So that's a great question, guys. So someone's asking about the melodic minor. Oh yeah, Angel, just so you know, if you want to take lessons with me, go to my website. Angel's asking about that. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. It's actually already on my page here if you want to take lessons, okay? Let me see if I can find those banners. Might have to have my assistant help me here. Oh yeah, here it is. So if you want to take lessons with me, you know, you can take lessons with me actually on Patreon, okay? I'd like to thank all the new patrons that joined this week, actually. Oh, new patron alert. Oh, thank you for Christopher P. Oh, great. Christopher just joined. Thank you. So, yeah. So, Christopher just joined my Patreon. So, it's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. You can get lessons actually for $3. You get one lesson a month for $3 for free. And then if you get $9 a month, you get like 3 lessons and more. I usually get more. $25, you get unlimited. And I also do workshops. Because, you know, when I do this kind of workshop, right now, it's like, it's kind of limited. And also, I'm going to be doing a special event this weekend featuring my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, from Acoustic Guitar. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar magazine, so you can get this book from Acoustic Guitar through me, actually, and you know, I can autograph it for you. And it comes with video and all kinds of shit, all kinds of stuff. Sorry. All kinds of stuff. Sorry about that. I almost said something bad. And so it's a great book. Let me see. Let me look at this now. Yeah, I still teach, Angel, so you know. So you can contact me here at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So let me see. So the classical minor scale, the melodic minor. Let's go over that. I get a lot of questions here. So I give lessons, everybody, if you want. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube actually recently from all this. So let me show you the melodic minor. So melodic minor is very important, everybody. Okay. So let's go through let's just do a different key. Let's do F melodic minor. So now in jazz, so I'm playing F melodic minor all over the neck, okay? It's kind of hard to talk and play, but anyway. So what's happening is F melodic minor, or melodic minor in jazz we call it the jazz melodic minor or the real melodic minor. Okay, I had a video that came out a few days ago about this, actually. It goes through all the melodic minor modes. So in classical, they raise, you know, it goes up like, so you know the intervals is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, and the key of F is basically F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E, and F, okay? And now classical, when they go back down, they lower it, which I think is kind of strange. See that? Now backwards they go. Now, but in jazz, we keep it all the same. So, when you're practicing on guitar, remember to always be able to play it all over the neck, anywhere. Now, I'm just basically playing up and down the scale, but you should be able to play these in different patterns. I just did an article on Acoustic Guitar magazine, two, for the January-February issue on the melodic and harmonic minor modes, okay? But, we didn't really talk about, we talked about the scale more than the modes. So in jazz, these are very important because we play them over a lot of fancy chords. So the first mode of the melodic minor, okay, is actually called, just the melodic minor. So you can play that over a minor major 7 chord or a minor 6 chord because it has the notes in there. It has the minor major 7th there. So you should be able to play these chords in different ways all over the guitar neck. Things like that, you know what I mean? Every kind of voicing you possibly can. Not only from the root, but from any kind of interval or anything like that, okay? So a classic major scale. Oh, that's a good question. This comment, here's the thing, everybody. In classical, you're limited to the way your scales are played. So here's a typical C major classical. I have to think about this. I haven't played the guitar in a couple days, just so you know. Doesn't really matter. I just need to get warmed up a little bit. So the classical C major is like this. I should do a video about this too, man. It's like this. They teach you that it's a really cool scale. It's good for actually pivoting your fingers. I used to practice this just for technique, for pivoting my fingers. Okay, but what happens is when you want to really learn how to play the C major scale, you gotta be able to play this all over the neck like this. See how I'm jumping around the neck? I can play it on one string. I'm just basically messing around. So I'm just basically playing up and down the neck. They don't teach you how to play the C major scale in classical like that. So I have this system that I learned from Berkeley where you play all 8 fingerings. There's 8 fingerings that connect up the neck like this. Let me show you real quick. I'll do it really quick. So here's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And they double, okay? So that covers the whole neck. And I actually have that written out. If you go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com, those are all the 8 fingerings. It's a lesson that I teach. It has the tabs and everything. You can learn all 8 fingerings. And if you go this week, you get 20% off my website until the end of the week on everything, including my books and everything. And it's use code Sunday, okay? Use code Sunday, and you get 20% off everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? That's very important. You have to be able to play your scales up and down the neck without getting lost, okay? So let me look at some more questions here. And that's only the key of C, just so you know. So you're going to be able to play this in any key. So in the key of F, so I'm talking too much. Key of F, key of, any key. I mean, in jazz, you play a little in different keys. So let's get back to the melodic minors. There's a bunch of questions here. Let me see what's going on here. So the melodic minor, we're going to get into that some more a little bit. I'm 50. I really want to learn jazz. Where do I start? So that's a great question. I'm going to answer all your questions a little bit in a second. So one at a time. So if you're 15, get a teacher and start listening to records. Like I always tell people, when I went to Berkeley, the first thing that taught me is the real book. So I have the real book right here. Let me show you the real book. So the real book is really cool. It's a cool book, but that doesn't teach you how to play jazz. You're just looking at tunes. And most guitar players these days don't even know how to read, unfortunately. I know how to read notation. And the reason why I use tabs is because most of my guitar students don't know how to read. So it's important to learn how to read. So I have the William Levin book. I don't have it handy right now. But it's a great book. That's how I learned all my reading skills and chords and everything. And it's a great book. It's important to know tabs just to show you somebody how to play something, put the finger the right string. But, the most important is to get a teacher, because when I was a kid, I was self-taught. So I thought I knew how to read. I knew all these chords, but I really didn't. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. These guys from Japan going in there, going crazy, I was like, oh my God, these guys are playing jazz. I was like, oh my God, I got to practice. So I would practice for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I used to practice about 5 to 8 hours a day, and I had good teachers, and I still study actually. I study with a drummer right now, and I studied over the years with. I took a workshop with Joe Paz. I had some great teachers at Berkeley. I studied with Rodney Jones. I've hung out with George Benson. Studied with Melvin Sparks, Bucky Pizzarelli, Pat Martino. Who else? There's some people I could have studied with, and I didn't. I should have taken that up, like Jim Hall. There's a bunch of people I could have studied with that I should have studied with too. That I regret not studying with. They passed away. So it's good to learn from teachers. That's the best thing to do, actually. So if you're 15, start like that. Now let me see it. Do I ever play jazz fusion? Sure. You're getting to first base. Okay, let me answer the next question. Then I'm going to get to your question too. So, I love B.B. King, so you know. And so someone, Greg Hollis was asking about that. Masha, how many hours a week do you recommend practicing? I recommend practicing as many hours as possible. Like, you know what? I'm so busy with my social media and business and stuff that I've been working on that right now. But I really need to practice. If you're gonna, the most important thing about practice, everybody, it's not about how many hours you practice. It's about consistency. You should practice something every day. Okay, if you need to learn something new, practice it once. Practice even 10 minutes a day. But do something every day. Pick up the guitar. Okay, whatever instrument you might be playing today. Some guitar players, people watching me aren't even guitar players today sometimes. So, so just pick up the guitar, okay, and play every day. Now, let me see. Here's another thing. Ranks, gaming. How do you mix every scale and sound? How to mix scales and sound better? So you know what, everybody? I want to tell you an exercise. So when you're playing, let's say you're playing let's just take a real simple tune like a blues. So I'm in the key of F. So when I'm playing through a song like that, now I have a lot of options, but what I like to do is I like to do this thing called the continuous scale exercise. So when I'm playing over the chord, I'll go like this, F. Now when I'm at the B flat, and then I just keep playing the scale all the way through until the next chord. F down. Now G, C7, F, C7, F dominant, B flat. F dominant. B flat dominant. B diminished. G7. C7. What I'm doing is I'm doing a continuous scale that goes to the chords. I need to get my assistant to help me set up the sound system here. Hold on 1 second. Can you set up the speaker, please? Yeah, it's from behind the curtain here. So, everybody, what's going to happen is I'm going to try to show you how this is actually done with a play along through my computer. So, basically, if you want to mix your scales up, you got to be able to go, through the chords and just change them. Change the chord scale during the song without getting lost. Okay. So, so someone's asking, this is a good question. I'm going to get the other questions too. So when I'm actually going to the next chord, it doesn't matter which note I'm on. I just want to make sure I get to the right scale. I'm not really targeting any kind of other notes. You know what I mean? I'm just actually going. When I get to the B flat, same on F7. Now when I get to the B flat, I'll be on the 13. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to target the notes and make sure that I actually, land on some kind of chord tone or note in the scale. What's going to happen is it'll sound good because it's going to be going by so fast it won't sound like a mistake. Okay. So give me that. So we're setting up my speaker so you can actually hear how this is actually done. So that's a great question. So that's how you play through scales. Let me see some of these other questions. There's a lot of people watching. Thank you for watching, everybody. And do me a favor. Please follow me and share this stream with your friends and fans. Remember, I'm giving you information, and it's a live stream. But the most important thing is that you practice and you get a live teacher, okay, a real teacher to help you. And I teach as well, and I have students from all over the world, all over the country now. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are great. I'm trying to give you the best information and to help you play as best you can. Okay? So cool. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how this is done. Let me answer a few more questions while I set up the sound system here. So, let me see. What do you think? Do you think it matters to use the cage system or 3 notes per chord or any other position system? So that's a great question. Kyan Hallows, thank you for answering that question. It's very important to know the cage system, everybody. Just so you know. You should know all your open string chords. I've had students that study with me, even recent students actually. They're like, they don't know their open string chords. I'm like, you don't know open string chords? Like, you don't know 1-800-CORDS for kids. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. So anyway, you don't know the open string chords. So what I'm doing is all your bar chords come from open string chords, and they call that the cage system. So if I'm playing a C chord, you should be able to play that as a bar chord. What do? Take your 3 fingers that you play the C chord, switch them around. Okay, to second, third, and fourth finger, and then move up 1 fret at a time. Okay, so that's the cage system they call it. I don't know. So there's different names for this. Okay, so your bar chords are very important, and your open string chords are very important. And you should know all your open string chords. D chord, make it a bar chord. Make it a bar chord. E minor, etc., 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 etc. So, thank you. Someone's laughing about 1-800-CORDS for kids. Thank you. That's a hit song. So, thank you to all the 35 people watching. So, you have to know how that works. So, let me test out my sound system real quick. I might need my charger too. So, it's in there somewhere, but we'll get that in a minute. So, let me charge this, guys. I'm going to go watch this. Computer charger. So, let me see if this works. It's not on. Yeah, so we're trying the sound system to make sure it's working.
Okay, you have to mute it.
Oh, I see. That's the problem.
No, you have YouTube in there?
Yeah.
So mute it
Oh yeah, let me mute YouTube right now, everybody. So we don't hear me. How do I mute on YouTube? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna mute me on YouTube. I'm muting me on YouTube. So let me play you a blues song. I'm gonna pick up blues right now and show you how you play the continuous scale exercise. So let me get a C jam blues right now. So let me play that. Okay, play. Is it on? It's off. I'll give it a try.
Hold on. It has to go green.
Yeah.
Maybe you can reach it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this. Okay, so here, everybody. So here's a C blues. Here's a continuous scale. So you see what I did? I actually just played through the scale, through the changes, just like that, okay? So that's an exercise I actually teach my students. It's called a continuous scale exercise. So you're actually playing through the chords. Now it's just an exercise. It teaches you how to play the changes and hear the changes, and also change your scale when you get to go through the changes, okay? Let me adjust this phone a little bit. So it's a really cool exercise. I mean, I learned that. I don't know who I learned that from, but it's a really great exercise if you really want to get your scale playing together and your chord scales and all that stuff. So let me look at some more questions here. Thank you everybody for attending my impromptu workshop here. Let me see some more questions here. I first started bass. You got your first bass. John Prescott says he got his first bass a few days ago. To start, he's excited to get practicing. So, what routine would you first do for a first month practicing 1 to 4, 5 to 2 hours a day? John, work on your scales, okay, and start learning tunes, and also work on technique. I actually play bass also. Work on alternate. Strumming with your fingers. These are your two main fingers when you use bass, okay?
Play banjo.
Yeah, I play banjo too, but not really. So yeah, and also work on your scales on the bass. I have a bass over here, but it's kind of hard to take out with all this going live right now. So that's a great question, John. Paul Smith. Well, this is a surprise treat. Thank you, Paul. Now let me see. That was John Prescott. What scales? Okay, hold on one second. Let me see this question. What scales work for every chord? Is there a go-to scale for every chord? Okay. Now let me pick a more complicated song. Okay. Oh, someone was asking more about more complicated progressions. So let's pick a song like a Wayne Shorter song. Okay, let's pick Fee Fi Fo Fum. If you have your real book out, go get it out. That's like a kind of a complicated jazz song that a lot of New Yorkers play. Fee, Fi. Here it is. So Fee Fi Fo Fum is has a lot of chords in it. So if I'm playing first, depending how fast the chord is going by, this is very important, everybody. A chord that goes every 2 beats is really hard to play over because it's going by so fast. So when I usually play a chord that goes by 2 beats, I have to usually arpeggiate or something over the chord. Or just keep a note there because it's not much time to do anything unless you play double time. Okay, and then so I like to do double time because I hear noise. So So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Fee Fi Fo Fum. It's a really cool song. I'm going to get the real book out. Let me show you what it looks like. There's a lot of chords here, and it should be in the real book here. So look at this song. It has a lot of chords in it. I'm going to play it for you. And what happens when I improvise over a chord progression that's this complicated, what I actually do is I actually do a lot of arpeggios and stuff. So I'm not going to do any exercises right now. I'm going to play over this. But what happens is I'm going to play the melody first. Then I'm going to actually improvise over this to let you know how I approach this. I might just break it down to make it simple. I might do arpeggios. I'll do different kinds of phrasing so you get an idea how to do this. So let me start out 3, 5, 4, 5. Here we go. So, when I was doing through that, I started trying to do different kinds of ideas through the changes, okay? First, I started doing arpeggios, because there's a lot of chord changes, and they don't make sense, actually, sometimes. It's kind of like a giant steps kind of song. So the song I'm going over right now is Fee Fi Fo Fum, okay? And there's a lot of chord changes there. And some of it's kind of like a giant steps progression like this. Yeah, so it's a kind of a really cool song. Let me look at some of the questions. And what I'm doing is I'm using different techniques. Since there was so many chords, I started using double time phrases instead. So you can use like eighth notes, quarter notes, half notes. Hey. And what's happening is what I do is I start actually doing double time phrases through that to make it more interesting. But if you listen to Wayne Shorter, when this song came out, it wasn't an easy song to play back then in the 60s, I think this came out. And So you have to kind of play more melodic through these kind of changes. But if you want, a lot of guys now just burn through the changes like this. Let me see something here. Let me see some of the questions that are coming up here. So everybody, just to remember, if you're enjoying the session, I'd like to thank my new Patreon today, Mr. Chris P. He just joined my Patreon. So, you know, you can learn all these cool techniques, on my patreon.com, which is www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And, please join my Patreon. I'm starting to get a lot of fans and followers on there. And if you want to learn guitar and jazz guitar and help with everything like that, let me know. I teach as well. Also, if you like this guitar, this D'Angelico, so you know, I have this on my Amazon store. You know, I sell D'Angelico guitars on my Amazon store. Go to my Amazon store at www.amazon.com/shop/RonJacksonMusic, and you can pick up my guitar there. Yeah, thank you. Someone's saying I have really good. My shorts are really good. I want to answer all your questions right now, everybody. So this is like an impromptu day. So let me do before we keep going. Let me do Fee Fi Fo one more time. Fee Fi Fo Fum, and that's based on the Pinocchio series. So I'm going to show you how to do some techniques through that chord change, through those chord changes. So let me turn that back on for a second. There's a lot of chord changes there. So what you do to play over difficult changes, you have to be able to make sure you change your scale. So how long have I been playing guitar? I've been playing guitar since I was 11, a long time. Look me up on Wikipedia. See, I was doing double time there. Then I started doing arpeggios. So for example, there's a lot of chord changes. So another thing, a technique you can use on Fee Fi Fo Fum is actually using arpeggios. Let me try this next chorus like this. I'm going to try to do mostly arpeggios, so you get an idea how to practice this. Well, here we go. So I was hitting a lot of the sevens on top, but also what I was doing was, not trying to hit the root every time you play, and also play an upper register. A lot of guitar players, when they start learning how to arpeggiate chords, they always start real low. They go like this. So it's good to do that if you're a beginner, but you have to be able to play the higher register on the guitar to be able to learn the guitar neck. And also, you start playing all over the neck, etc. Okay. Now let me look at some more questions. So I have a ton of questions here I need to answer. So what scale works? Okay. Can you show 8 shapes of the major scales? Hey, actually, Alvin, I actually showed that earlier. So go to my website. You have to go to my Patreon and join that, or you have to actually go and pick up the lesson on my www.ronjacksonmusic.com. There, I have a bunch of lessons. You can learn all 8 scales of the major scale fingerings, okay? And you can buy the lesson, I think, for a couple of bucks. And I'm having a sale on my website, just so you know. Everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that's published by Hal Leonard and Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for. Everything right now is 20% off on my website. You get an autographed copy. This book comes with video, tabs, everything. Take a look at this. It has tabs, and it comes with a video as well. And you learn all about chords and everything. And, and there's some great writers here. Look at this. So, I have Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, all these great teachers, including myself, here to learn from this book. Okay, so go to my website. Everything is 20% off until, you should get it as soon as you can, because some of these books are running out, actually. Let me see what else I have over here to show you, because I have a few missing things here. Oh, also, if you're enjoying this, I'm also taking donations. Just go to my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. If you learned something new today and you'd like to donate to me, it's not required, but if you'd like to, that would be great. It's www.paypal at Ron Jackson Music, Cash App, and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music. Okay. So thank you very much, and also follow me everywhere. Follow me here if you're not, or subscribe to me here, and I'm TikTok. I have a lot of people over there, and Facebook and Instagram. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Now let me answer some more questions here. So, Alvin, I already showed those 8 scales already. The thing I might want to do is you should be able to do that in every key. Oh, thank you, BWG man, BWG Media. He appreciates my videos. Let me see. I'm a little stuck here. My computer's stuck. What's going on here? So, I'm trying to look at some of these comments. So let me see. Watching from Africa. Great. How's everybody doing? My computer's stuck. So let me see what's going on here. Okay, G melodic minor over is just good. Melodic minor. Oh, cool. Let me look at some of these comments because my computer just got stuck. Let me see the live chat. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see some of the live chat here. Okay, so let me see. Someone from Ghana? Good. From Brazil, thank you. Can other jazz guitar players tell when someone isn't playing jazz? Oh yeah. That's a good question. Ymir, my student. I have a student watching Ymir. He's a great guitar player. And, he's like, I'm actually half Filipino, for people who don't know. And he's one of my Filipino brothers' students. And Ymir, yeah, I can tell when people can't play jazz. Because jazz is actually a language, so so if someone's playing just like, let's say you're playing a song. Let me pick another song. Okay, it's not stuck anymore. I'm so happy. So watch this. Let me pick another song, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pick like a standard. Let me play let me do this song right here. I'm gonna pick The Days of Wine and Roses. I hope they have it here. Oh, let me see that. Days of Wine and Roses. I'm going to pick a song for you guys. And I'm going to play it like kind of medium up. Let's put it like a 160. What I'm going to do, everybody, is this. I'm going to play like someone who doesn't know how to play jazz. So let me start from the beginning. I want to make it a little bit faster. Here we go. So here's how I can tell you can't play jazz. exaggerating. But what happens is, what am I doing here? When someone's not playing jazz, they're actually just like, they're not playing over the chord changes. So they're playing the same scale. I was just playing an F major scale over though there are all these chords going through the song of Days of Wine and Roses. Days of Wine and Roses has a lot of chords. Let me see if I have it in this book. Days of Wine and Roses. It might not be in this book actually. But the Days of Wine and Roses. Anyway, so when I'm playing through this song, here's how it should sound. You should sound like you're playing jazz over the chord changes. Let me turn this up a little bit. Here we go. So what I'm doing there is I'm basically just playing jazz lines. I'm not playing anything fancy yet, okay? But you can tell I'm actually playing over the chord changes. I'm using jazz language, okay? I'm using passing tones, licks that I've learned, 2/5s, arpeggios. I mean, I'm using all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff I've learned over the years to play when I'm playing jazz guitar. So someone who knows how to play jazz, they really know the language, and they know I'm using all kinds. Also, the rhythms are very important. It's not, I'm playing a lot of eighth notes. I'll do triplets, all kinds of different things. I could do double time phrases. At this speed, it's going to be really fast to do double time, actually. I'm going like at 170, but it's possible. Let me show you different techniques I can use. And I'll say them out loud when I do that. Ready? Here we go. So eighth notes. Triplet. Eighth notes. Triplet. Bebop scale. Bebop. Arpeggio. Triplet. Triplet. Arpeggio. So see all those techniques I just used? I was doing arpeggios, triplets. I was also doing extra things, of course. It's kind of hard to say everything when you're playing. But I know what I'm doing, and I know when I'm not playing stuff correctly. I know, if I play a wrong note, I know it the most. People might not even notice it. And some people might. But to me, I'm my worst critic, too, and you should be, too. So let me get back to the questions before I finish up here, because I got to eat lunch soon. But this has been a great live session, everybody. Now, if you enjoyed this, definitely please follow me and subscribe. Join my Patreon. We had a new patron today. I appreciate you, Chris P. And also go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. And this week you get 20% off everything. 20% off. Use code Sunday. Celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz. That's on my Instagram channel. And thank you for all my 25,000 subscribers and followers on Instagram. Let me see this. I have a class in 3 minutes. Oh, sorry, John. There's a lot of questions here. Oh, my God. Hello, jazz is the toughest of all of them. Do you recommend beginner play to start with jazz? Yes, if you're a beginner, start with jazz. I would start with jazz because, there's nothing wrong with starting with jazz. If you start with jazz, it's really, classical is hard too. If you start with classical, that's hard too. So they saw a lot of guys back years ago in classical guitar. So you should definitely start with jazz. Okay, let me see this. That's cool. Can you play any sing-alongs like Wagon Wheel? Yeah, I played G major pentatonic over that just now. Okay. Cheers from Chile. Let me see these other questions. Oh yeah, so yeah, thank you, Yumir. He thanked me for putting up the So someone's asking me about the George Benson picking technique. So you know what? Let me see. That's Shiva Savananda. So yeah, I basically use the George Benson picking technique, but it's weird. Recently, I've been straightening out a little bit sometimes. I don't know why. But the George Benson picking technique is basically a sideways technique like this. I hit the string like this. If you watch carefully, my pick is more at this angle. Not straight, but more at this angle. So you get a lot more speed. When I was playing years ago, I studied with Rodney Jones. He helped me with this technique, and I've also hung out with George Benson a lot. At one point back in the in the late '90s, I used to hang out with him. You know, he's taking me out to dinner, and I've been hung out. You know, and hung out with him backstage. And he uses this technique where it's sideways like this. So it's really a weird technique. Sometimes I start straightening out because some of you need to first, if you want to use the George Benson picking technique, you need to you should definitely use flat wound strings, because when you turn the pick sideways and you have a round wound string, you're gonna have a scratchy, scrapey sound. I can prove that on you. Where's my other stand here? Oh, here it is. So if I'm playing my 7-string guitar, let me show you. I have a round wound string on this thing. So on my 7-string, this is hard to switch between these things too. I'll tell you, everybody. So that 7-string has actually it's a wound 7-string. So listen. You hear that sound? You hear it less here, but I can hear it now because I'm actually not playing that loud, but I can hear it acoustically. But here, you can really hear that scrapey sound. So the George Benson picking technique is basically playing sideways. It really helps you build speed up. So let me show you something right now. I'm going to play a fast rhythm changes song, like I Got Rhythm, and really fast. And it really helps you with playing really, really fast. I'm going to put this up pretty high. Not that. That's slow. I'll put it up to 300. Okay, I'm going to play this at 300 metronome markings per minute. And this technique really helps you play with up tempos, and that can be faster. That's not even that fast. So let me show this. Let me show you. So you get the idea. So I'm using that picking technique because I can get a lot more speed when I'm playing at an angle. Okay? Now I'm still getting warmed up here. And also switching between 6 and 7 strings is not easy for the picking even. To hit the notes correctly, to play on each guitar over, switching between 6 and 7 string is a really kind of tricky for me still. See? So I'm doing 300 quarter note right there. And that's considered up tempo. And I play sometimes with bands much faster than that even. It's kind of crazy. Where it's like when you're playing, you see a fan spinning, you put your fingers in there, the strings feel like that when you're going that fast. So that's a great question. The George Benson picking technique is really great for your technique for playing fast and playing, kind of nice fast tempos. Thank you. Joker Man. Hey Ron, your shorts are very helpful. I'm a new to jazz guitar. I was wondering what kind of scales you play over a minor major 7 chords. So Joker Man, on minor major 7 scales you use melodic minor, or you can use the Dorian also. No, No, actually, no. Melodic minor, or harmonic minor too. So here's an F major. Let me do an A minor major 7. You can use harmonic minor too, because that note's in there too. The minor major 7 note. Okay. Oh, now let me see. John Smith. Sounds great, teacher. Thank you. Hello from Brazil. Watching from Africa. Greetings, everybody. Now, let me see. Do you begin to incorporate chromaticism in my soul? How do you... So, chromaticism, that's an interesting question. You know, chromatic notes can be just random notes as well, but in jazz, we like to use chromatic passing tones, chromatic approach notes, all kinds of things like that. So I like to do that a lot. So you can start doing that over like chord tones, between whole steps in your scales, etc. Okay. I'm starting to get real tired now, so everybody, informative and inspiring. You're welcome, Jonathan, and thank you, Santiago. Can he slap? I can slap on this thing actually, but I don't do it much. So anybody. So there's so many questions here. I can start jazz right away. So thank you everybody for watching. Again, you know, I'm gonna finish up now. I gotta eat lunch. I'm getting tired. But if you enjoyed this, please, join my Patreon here. Let me show you this. I have so many banners. I can't keep up with this stuff. Here we go. Oh, also, I mean, if you enjoyed this, you know, I'm taking donations of $1 or more. You know, it's not required, but it'll be great, to help support me during this time of no gigs. You know, and mostly teaching at home. But so if you want to donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music, please do so. PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be finished up in a second. If I really help you out today, that would be nice. And also, what was I going to say? On my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have a sale, 20% off everything. Use code Sunday. Hurry up before the code expires, okay? So you get CDs, you get this book here. Quotes at your fingertips for 20% off. It's signed and autographed. Also, if you want to join my Patreon, you just go to patreon.com and it's called it's Ron Jackson Music, and join my Patreon, okay? So thank you very much for watching, everybody. It was really great having you. I'm going to be doing these live sessions at least once a week or twice or two or three times a week. Just answering questions, okay? But there's nothing like a real workshop when I present a workshop where you can actually play or taking a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself, okay? And I'm looking forward to hearing back from you guys. And please follow me. Please share this channel with all your friends and family. And I'll go all over the place and follow me there too. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. Twitter. Have a great day, everybody, and thank you for watching. Okay, bye-bye. Here you go. Oh my God. I think there's a wrong camera here. Let me check this out. I'm just settings. Okay. I'm just doing a test right now. Enable live chat. Yep. Enable slow mode. 60 seconds between messages. Okay. Cancel. I know no one's on right now, but I'm just looking. Oh, I know. Chris, how you doing, man? I'm just doing a sound check. I just got to check the settings here. Hold on. I guess I can't. My setting is a little different than I thought. Is it this camera? Yes, it is. It's not panned the way I want it, but in the way I set it up, but it's okay. Thanks, Chris. I'm just doing a check right now. I'm not actually starting yet, but just doing a sound check. For most of you who are going to be watching today, please send. Oh, see, Chris is doing good already. He's already sending a chat. Chris is one of my bass students. Great guy. Great bass player. So I'm just doing a test. Okay. Took me so long to set up today, everybody. I'm not. So I have this background behind me, but it's not quite the right size. I actually what's the word? I actually set it up a different way, and now on YouTube you can't really like do a sound check unless you go on live. Let me check some settings here. Pop out chat toggle. I'm just doing some settings. I'm not going to really start till 2. But if you're watching, send me your questions already. But I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff for my patrons too on my Patreon, which is let me just make a few notes here for you guys. I see 4 people up here already. So please send questions via chat. I'm doing stuff about hybrid picking today. Okay. Oh, I see the mic is picking me up over here. I'll do it that way. I'm going to do this, move this back a little bit. And Chris had some questions about Coltrane changes. Let me see. Please send questions. Okay. Also, let me know who's participating. Hey. Hello, winner here. That's funny. Hey, Nathaniel. Where are you from, Nathaniel? Send me a message. Where do you live? I want to know where people are from here exactly. If I move back, you get a better sound because my mic is unidirectional. I don't want to pick up the computer. It's like making a lot of noise. So that's better. Also, this is for my patrons at this address, patreon.com. I'm going to write this down. Yes, and Chris, what's Chris say here? Yeah, I'd love to learn about playing over train changes and maybe playing over our waltz for Debbie. Okay. You're from Tanzania, but I'm currently living and studying in Newfoundland, Canada. Really? Wow, Newfoundland. I've been to Newfoundland. I passed through there on a boat, on a jazz cruise maybe about 15 years ago. It was nice. We stopped off there. Or just anyone else playing over 3/4. Okay, we can go over that too. Right now I'm just setting up. Chip, hey Chip. Chip off the old block. Chip is here. Chip, we're going to talk about 7-string. We have Chip Roop also, and I want to discuss 7-string guitar a little bit for you guys today. So just so you know, after the workshop, which I'm going to start promptly at 2. Thanks for being early, everybody. Chip has some questions about the 7-string guitar, so I'm going to be going over that a little bit too. Hold on, let me put the heat up a little bit. It's kind of cold in New York. Chip, where are you from? I forgot to ask you that. Just send me a message. And I know Chris is from Colorado. We got people from all over the world here. The people are going to be showing up eventually. Music is alive in Newfoundland? Really? Interesting. Good. So I'm going to, I'll play a couple of songs before we start probably. Oh, Chip, you're in Fort Worth. Cool. I'm just warming up because you know what happened today? I was just trying to set up. This stuff takes so long to set up, and it's still not set up correctly. These are some of my warm-up exercises, guys. I'll do a diminished chord across the neck. Now this is my 6-string guitar. I have this on my TikTok and my Instagram where I do a warm-up, okay? And what's happening is I'll do this warm-up. I'll do a tremolo. I'm kind of stiff right now. I'll do these things like this. The tremolo. Etc. Let me turn this mic this way a little bit more because it's unidirectional. I'll put my tuner on. I'll do a warm-up like this. Actually, my arm's been hurting me because I've been doing a lot of posting on my social media, like a lot of video editing. So it's really affecting my shoulder. And I need to be practicing. I'm doing this stuff too much. A lot of social media and videos and I do little exercises like this. You can do little exercises like little tremolos. I used to practice these things all the time. Classical exercises, little hammer-ons, and little chromatic scales. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise. These are warm-ups. Oh, dude with the guitar pump. Thanks for having me. Joe Amico. Joe, where are you from, Joe? Oh. If you guys want to talk about social media stuff too, let me know. I'll talk about anything today. We're going to talk about hybrid picking. I want to talk to, I want to, spread this around a little bit. I want people to know about the 7-string guitar because Chip just joined my Patreon and he wants to know more about 7-string guitar. So I have a few videos up. It's hard to actually put a lot of posts about 7-string and 6-string because there's so much work to be involved with posting all this stuff. Oh, do with guitar. I'm from Indianapolis, but I pro soccer player currently in Oklahoma City. Wow, really? That's cool. Hey, and Amir, my new student, is here too from Stamford, Connecticut. Welcome. And anybody who's watching, please, send me some questions. Someone asked me already, wanted to get into posting on social media, but I'm scared that they'll take my practice time away from me. You're right. So I haven't been practicing. So this guitar, so you guys know, is my Eastman. It's the T49-V Amber guitar, and it's fairly easy for me to play because I usually use heavy strings. So these are actually 12 on top. Because if I put heavier strings on this, it'll be too much for the guitar. So I'm just doing a little warm. So I'm going to start the workshop now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 7-string guitar out and play that a little bit. I'll play a song for you. And then we'll get to taking questions. Let me turn my amp off for a second. Let me plug this in. So here's my 7-string guitar. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. I want to talk about hybrid picking today. That was the main subject of my Patreon account. But then also, I'll take any kind of questions. Like my student Chris asked about. He asked about Coltrane changes. So let me do this guitar here. So this is my 7-string. Now, just for, I'll talk about it in a minute after I play a song, but Chip is here to learn about 7-string guitar, and I'm glad because I want people to play 7-string guitar a little bit. I'm just tuning it up real quick. I hear it's pretty pumped. I hear it going through the mic right now. Here we go. Let me do a little song for you guys. It's kind of loud. Turn that mic here a little bit. Okay. Wow. So let me see who's here now. So we're going to talk about first hybrid picking. That was a song called "Time After Time." Just a little doing a little warm up on my 7-string guitar here, and so just so you know, I was doing I was actually performing the using hybrid picking. Okay, actually, when I'm most of the time I'm actually using hybrid picking in my playing when I'm doing, especially fingerstyle guitar playing, like I'm doing right now. I mean, well, solo guitar playing, I call it. So what's happening is I'm actually, if I'm playing a melody, let's say I'm playing the song time after time, if I'm going, I'm actually using my fingers to play those notes. I actually could use my pick, but I have to strum through to play the melody actually. So what I'm doing is I'm actually separating my fingers. Okay, so that was called Time After Time because Chris was asking about that. So I usually use my pick and fingers, hybrid picking, on a lot of stuff, particularly by myself, okay? But you should know how to play just with the pick, okay? And I like to use a teardrop pick, just so you guys know. Here's what it looks like. And a lot of guitar players, some guitar players use really small Jim Dunlop picks, but I play with the George Benson picking technique, where I kind of require a pick that's this size, a teardrop pick. This is a medium pick. And this is a heavy pick that I use actually on my 7-string guitar because I have 14s on these on the top. Okay, now for the 7-string players here, I tune to a low A, so it's actually doubling my A string. Okay, so it's an octave below that. So it's a really cool effect. I learned that from studying with Bucky Picciarelli, the late Bucky Picciarelli, who actually just passed in this past April last year. From right at the beginning of the COVID crisis, from COVID-19, unfortunately. So, he told me to tune like this, and then rock, they tune it with a low B, and in jazz, and in Brazilian, they tune with a low C. So with rock, it would just the A string would be this, and in Brazilian, the A string would be open, would be like the C note right here. So this is a low note, so I love the low note aspect of this. Okay, it's a really cool sound. Just so you know, my mic is picking up the amp and my fingers and all kinds of stuff. It's a really sensitive mic, but this is high fidelity kind of. Okay, so when I'm picking with hybrid picking, you got to be conscious about independence with your fingers. Okay, so when I'm doing a melody like this, I'm going. I'm only using my third, my middle and ring finger of my, picking hand. Now, I write for a magazine called Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and when we talk about people playing, fretting hand or picking hand, because we don't want to, box you into being left-handed or right-handed. Okay, so on my picking hand, I use my pick like this. Now, I usually hold my pick like this, just so you know. Some people hold their pick like this. I rule against playing like holding a pick like this, because what happens is you tend to hold the pick a lot tighter, and because it gives you a tighter sound. I learned from this great guitar player that I studied with out in New York here called Rodney Jones, and George Benson holds the pick like this too. You hold your pick just like this with your finger on top of your finger, and you hold it really loose, almost like it's falling off. Okay. And what I do is I just pick completely perpendicular to the string, like this. Okay, let me see if I can show you the camera. So it's like this basically, and but I turn it this way when I'm playing. So my pick is actually going at this angle because that's how I learned how to play. It's the George Benson picking technique. Now, only way you can play like this with a pick is with your pick turned this way is actually using flat wound strings. So my strings are like, you don't hear any scratching here, do you? It's very little. If I hit my 7th string, that's wound. You hear the difference? So that string is wound, so I can't really play my pick sideways. I can only hit it straight there. But on other strings, I can hit it sideways, okay? Now, if there's any questions, let me know. I don't see many questions coming up here yet. Let me see. Oh, maybe it's up here. Okay, no, I'm just looking right here. Please send questions if you have any. Oh, do with the guitar. How do you hold the pick? Oh, I usually use fingers. Oh, okay, I just explained that, didn't I? So, yeah, I just hold the pick like I told you a minute ago. So, just like this. And I use like different gauge picks too. This is a medium, this green one. And I usually use that on lighter strings because, when you start playing a heavy pick on a lighter string, to me it's too heavy. Okay, so I use a lighter pick. That this is a medium pick. It's not too light. The ones that are too light are too flimsy. But if you play with fingers, that's cool too. I mean, I went, years ago, I went to see the master Joe Pass perform, and he plays great with his fingers and with his pick, So he does stuff like that too. And I think it's important to learn how to play with your fingers too. I studied classical guitar on and off for years, and I need to practice more, obviously, about classical guitar. But I love that music, and I love the discipline you need, and you really need to use your fingers, doing all the tremolos and stuff. But I never use my nails, so that's a whole different world. In classical, they actually use nails, and I have like my old teacher, who's actually a friend of mine, who's a really great classical flamenco guy. He has to use super glue on his nails and keep them up, really, So, but today, so we're discussing using. You could talk about fingerstyle too. So I think every guitar player should know how to play with their fingers and hybrid picking, like I was showing you earlier. Mixing them up, and then with your pick, only with your pick too, just mixing them up depending on styles you play. So like when I like to play like Chet Atkins kind of stuff. It's one of my songs. It's kind of weird to play in symmetry. So when I'm doing that kind of stuff, I'm using my fingers, but also I can do it with my pick too. It's different though. So then I can use my pick doing that too. It's just harder. See, there's a lot of advantages to using your fingers. You could do a lot more independent lines and things like that. You're limited with the pick. You can only really strum. You can only hit one note at a time unless you strum the notes through. Okay, with the pick. Okay, or you can just like play single lines or double notes, etc. Okay, anything like that. If I'm going to play two notes at a time, they're cross strings. I have to mute the ones in between. So if I'm playing like two notes, I'm playing the first string and the third string. But the problem is, let me turn this mic down a little bit. Turn my guitar down. I have to mute the string if I'm going to hit the first and third string. But if I'm playing with my fingers, that's a whole different story. I just play with my fingers. So that's the advantage about playing with your fingers. You can separate the notes more. You don't have to play. If I'm going to play like a chord like this, 3 different notes across skipping strings. If I'm going to do it with a pick, that's going to be hard. I have to mute the strings. I can actually almost do it. I have to use a different fingering, but with my fingers, I can just play them. Okay, and separate them just with my fingers. Okay, etc. Okay, so let's keep going here. Any questions so far? Please send them to me. Oh, wait. My other student, the great Reggie Hagee out of Long Island, New York. He's asking if I've ever tried wooden picks. Yes, I've tried all kinds of picks. Growing up, I had like different. I've tried wooden picks, felt picks. There was this pick called the stylus pick at one time. It was like the stylus of a record player, and it was like kind of round and pointy, and you put it on your string. It was like some kind of gimmick. So it was really weird to play. But then I settled on this pick eventually, a simple teardrop pick like this. But yeah, I've never tried wooden pick. I mean, no, I've tried wooden picks, but I never was into them. Well, I always go to the NAMM show, which is like a big music convention every year. Around this time, actually, I'm going to be doing some stuff for like a few of the endorsers I have, like a Reunion Blues and Cremona and some of these companies, Hendrickson amps, which I use over here. And what I'm going to do is, when I go to these NAMM shows, they always give me picks. Well, you can find all these kinds of picks, but I just collect them. Usually, they give you away free picks at a lot of these places, and I just give them to my students. Especially my young students that I teach that are really young. I give them free picks all the time. They always lose them, like I do. So, okay. So that's so let's continue with hybrid picking. So hybrid picking is a good what's the word? It's like a good medium between playing with your fingers and playing with the pick. So you could kind of combine it. So when I'm doing bossa novas and stuff like this, usually a bossa nova, like a bossa nova rhythm, like from Brazil. Now it sounds. I mean, that's how you're really supposed to play with your fingers on a nylon string guitar, or a nylon acoustic. Now here's what it sounds like if I do with the pick, though. It's kind of harder when I'm doing hybrid picking. I have to kind of combine the notes. So what I usually do is I'll just put my pick down and just play with my fingers for that kind of stuff. So, but certain songs there's a lot of more songs I could actually do with pick and and my fingers, hybrid picking. So like when I'm walking bass lines like this. See, I'm doing the bass with the pick, and I'm doing the comping on top. So I'm doing like the comping rhythm. So I'm putting the pick on the bottom with the bass low. See, I'm combining them with my fingers. So this is just a blues in F. So I like that independence, but you got to make sure that the pick is not too loud when you're actually doing the hybrid picking. Now I can actually play the same thing with all picking too, I think. It sounds different. All picking now. So you hear the difference too? It's a little bit more trebly when you only use your pick, okay? Now if I use my fingers, it has a warmer sound. And the pick has a lot more attack too. You hear the difference? So you can really attack the strings with the pick a lot more. Okay, like that. So the pick, there's a really great advantages to hybrid picking, and I suggest doing what I'm doing. So learn how to comp, how to what's the word? Learn how to hold chords like this, and then hit the chord with your fingers, part of the chord at least, whatever you can hit with your fingers that are available. I only use these two fingers too when I'm hybrid picking, just so you know. I rarely use my fourth finger to do anything with, because that's the one that's the weakest finger on my picking hand. Now, I've developed my fourth finger a lot on my fretting hand, so I try to use that a lot. Try to get that finger to really. I've been working on that finger for years. But on this hand, it's like the weakest finger of all my hands, and I'm just, I'm an okay finger picker, I used to be better when I was studying classical, but I think in jazz, especially when you're doing solo guitar stuff, let me see if there's any questions here. Nobody yet? Okay. If there's any questions, please send them to me. And also, I'd like to thank, let me see. Dude with the guitar. Hey, dude. Wait a second. Dude with the guitar. Oh, Joe. It's Joe. Oh, dude with the guitar. Where are you from? I'm just wondering, where are you from, actually? Where do you live? Just send me a message, too, right now. My finger, okay, he says, my finger ends up hitting my pointer finger with hybrid picking. Oh, so this finger? You're saying this finger. Now, the middle finger hits your pointer finger when you're picking. I need to keep working on that. Yeah, you know how I'm picking too. Look at this, Joe. Just so you know, Oh, Indianapolis. Oh, the home of West Montgomery. West Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, everybody, just so you know. I used to be roommates with Buddy Montgomery. That's just like some trivia. We used to be roommates when I first got to New York, and I needed a roommate. I was so broke, so I had a roommate, and he was like roommate for a while. He's a great guy, Buddy Montgomery, West Montgomery's brother. So, dude with the guitar, I think his name is Joe. Lives in Indianapolis, man. Cool, man. So what happens is when I'm picking hybrid picking, when I hit the string, make sure you clear the notes like this. Don't hit this way. Do you understand? Don't hit toward your ring finger. I mean your pointer finger, your first finger. Hit this way. Okay, you have to get used to it. So I'm actually hitting out like this and missing this finger. Okay, so be careful not to hit that. You hear that? You see that difference right there? So I'm actually missing that right now. Oh yeah, so yeah, she said that she's saying that Wes grew up 5 minutes away from him. That's great, man. Wes Montgomery was good. Yeah. So that's what you do with your hybrid picking. Just be careful not to hit the strings, okay? Now before we talk about, I want Chris had questions about my student Chris out in Boulder, I think, Colorado. He's on Mountain Time. Wow, thanks for waking up, Chris. It's pretty early over there. It's like 12:30 over there, no? 12, almost 12:30. So for my student, for my patron, Chip. So Chip, just so you know about the 7-string guitar, the most important thing is to get used to playing the 7th string, okay, getting used to tuning to a low A, the jazz way of playing the 7th string, okay? So just think about it as doubling the A string, okay? So, I mean, it's not that easy if you think about it. So I would try chords like, let's say you're playing a C chord. Okay, this is for 7-string players. And I have a few 7-string students, actually. So if I'm playing a C chord, especially open, I try to get used to playing that since it doubles the A string, I try to play that 7th string instead. Look how big that sounds. Okay, so it's a big sound. Also, I mean, you should start trying to get used to playing chords with the 7th string. So, like, I could play the C like that. I could play like a C bar chord, but I could just double it on the 7th string. Okay. Now, if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing like an F chord, like an F bar. So what I try to do to get to use the 7th string is just put it on the bottom. I'll do like a bass, like 1, 5. It mimics the 5th string. Okay. It looks like I'm looking down at everybody, but I'm actually, my webcam's up there. Sorry. So I'm doing it that way. Okay. So I'm doing like, and also, it's good for so whatever chord that uses like a 5th string root, when you're playing a 7th string, just double it. I mean, it's just double it with the 7th string. So here's like a D minor bar chord. Just double the 7th string. D major 7, double it. D minor 7 flat 5, double it. And that's how you get your cool bass lines. If I'm doing a bass line. This is an exercise I have on my YouTube. So everybody, I just want to let you know, if you want to learn about all this stuff that I'm talking about, I have a lot of information on all my accounts. I have them on my TikTok, Instagram. My TikTok has a lot of educational videos, but my YouTube has a lot of educational videos, and they have all my workshops from Patreon right there. These are Patreon only workshops, but I eventually released them. So I've been releasing them, the ones I did all year, and you can watch all the workshops about all these different techniques. Like we'll talk about Coltrane changes in a minute next for my student Chris. Hey, you got to practice though. Oh, Chris, I like Chris. Chris said you got to practice. Of course, I got to practice. So thanks, Chris. Yes, I tell Chris to practice a lot. And I'll tell you, everybody, just so you know, watching these workshops on with me on YouTube and watching YouTube videos and all that can only get you so far. You really need to play with people who are better than yourself, okay, and or both actually, and have a good guitar teacher, whatever instrument you play, but just because you can't really tell how you play by yourself. There's no way of judging you. It's hard to judge yourself. And I judge myself now mainly because I listen to myself all the time. I watch myself play. Another thing is to videotape and record yourself, because it's really hard, especially videotaping, because you have to play and you have to look good and play accurately, but also you have to play accurately. So recording is one of the most important things you could do. Also practice with a metronome, get your timing together. I still need to work on that too. You hear everything when you record, so it's really important to do that. But a teacher really helps you, get started. I mean, unfortunately, I've studied with a lot of people, but not long enough. I've taken lessons here and there, but I need to take the person I studied probably the most with since I was in New York was with Lucky Petrelli. But I've studied with Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar. He taught a lot of great guys like Peter Bernstein and Kevin Eubanks and Bobby Broom. A lot of great guitar players he's taught. And he passed away quite a long time ago when I first moved to New York. And it's very important to have a teacher help you to guide you in the beginning, at least, until you get your stuff together. But recording is very important, everybody. So let me see. Let's talk about. Let me move to my 6-string guitar, okay, everybody. I'm gonna unplug this. Get to my 6-string. I'm gonna talk about Coltrane changes next. So if you have any questions about the 7-string or anything else, picking technique, anything, playing changes, bebop, let me know, okay? Let me see. Oh, I got to turn the amp up. Sorry. So let's talk about Coltrane changes. So John Coltrane, created a revolution, a harmonic revolution, with giant steps. Okay. Now giant steps came out. I'm looking at this book right now. Okay, let me answer this question first. In jazz improvisation, how do you go about playing what you hear in your head into your instrument? Well, like I mentioned before, like my Chris said, you have to practice. But here's what happens, okay? The way you learn how to play jazz, when I was studying in college, I was 18. I thought I knew how to play jazz. I really didn't know anything. So what happened was they always kept telling me, you've got to actually, you've got to listen to jazz all the time. You've got to learn the tunes. You've got to learn the scales. You've got to transcribe solos, okay? And you've got to practice all this stuff. It's so important to learn tunes, chord progressions. You have to train your ears. But one of the most important things is actually learning other people's solos, okay? So because that's the language. You're actually learning a language. Jazz is actually a language. And the language is actually playing over changes. So what I mean by playing over changes is this. So I'm playing a C major 7 or a B flat. Let's change keys. You should know the scale for this. Now on the guitar, you should be able to play that all over the neck, every finger. I'm just playing this B flat major scale. So that's one thing. But what happens is, once you, that's really basic learning scales. So everybody says learn your modes. You should know your modes, of course, because, the modes are part of the language. And so remember, jazz is, is based from European music, which is the major scale. So I call the major scale the mother of all scales. So you should be able to change your major scales into any scale you want. So let's say I'm playing a B flat, and then someone says play B flat 7 chord. So, and I'll play B flat 7 chord, but you should be able to play the scale now. So a B flat 7 scale or B flat dominant scale is just the B flat major with a lowered 7th. Okay, and now you should know the name of that scale, of course, and you should know what note to lower in the major scale, for example. And there's a lot of stuff. This is I'm really breaking this down really, really, concisely. It's a lot more than that. But eventually, here's what happens. So let's say I'm playing a B flat scale. There are these other scales that you learn eventually once you know your scales really well, your basic scales, like the bebop scale. Now, the bebop scale is just like it's just one of these scales that was created by Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie, the bebop guys. And Barry Harris was one of the guys who was into it too that I studied with. And you put passing tones between the whole steps. Now, sometimes people say, well, if you put a passing tone between the whole steps, you can make a chromatic scale. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like the major scale has whole. If I'm playing a B flat, it's whole, half, whole, half. So you can't just, you have to be able to play those passing tones between the whole steps within that scale. Now, when you get to the half step in between, then you use these different techniques like putting in what you call approach note. See what I did? So basically, I learned all these licks from transcribing solos. So I would learn trumpet solos, guitar solos. I transcribed George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt. Oh man, Pat Martino. I used to do piano solos. I can't remember. I used to do trumpet solos, Charlie Parker licks. You have to learn licks, okay, too, if you want to get into jazz. And what happens is when you're doing this over and over, and you practice all the time, and you're playing with people, you have to go through trial and error. I call it. So if I'm playing and I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing this like song, just a 1-6-2-5 or anything, whatever. I try to find out I try to practice my licks, like I'll do arpeggios, etc. Then I start. Eventually, you have to be able to time this stuff right and hear the timing. And then what happens is after years and years of practicing, or hours, because you can learn this stuff really quick, everybody, if you practice like 8 hours a day, okay, like for 2 years or a year or 10 hours. Because I met people, I was one of those kind of guys too. When I got to college, I couldn't play. Like there were some guys that came in from like Japan, burning, playing giant steps in every key, whatever, and I'd be like, oh God. So what happened was I practiced a lot. I would take the theory and harmony. I would everything the teacher told me to do, I would just do it on the guitar. So I would take my theory class, put it on my guitar. I would practice that stuff on there, and I would listen to music, a ton of music. I would try to transcribe solos. And what happens is you develop a language after a while. So now I'm just playing. I don't even think about what I'm playing. I'm just playing like it's just a language. I'm just playing kind of on B flat there, but it sounds like I'm actually playing through changes in my own head right now. So if I'm actually playing over a song like a backing track, I'll be playing these kind of licks all through that. Let me see. Is there any other questions so far? Oh, okay. Not so far. I'm just trying to see. So please send me some more questions. Now let's get into. So that's how you get into that. So just like learning giant steps. Now giant steps is like this Coltrane song that was created back in 1959. I forgot. I'm just looking through this book right now. I've used this book. I'm actually going to practice after this. I'm going to practice after this because this book has some great stuff. Like this is backwards, but this is the Jazz Theory book, and there's what I was going to say. It's a great book, and there's a lot of stuff in there I got to practice. Okay, so Coltrane changes started back in 1959. Now, here's what Coltrane did. He actually took the major scale and broke it up into an augmented chord. So if you go look at giant steps, it goes. So it starts in the key of B, goes to G, then goes to E flat. So those are 3 different keys. So B, then then he goes to G, then he goes to E flat. So that's taking the chord and making it an augmented chord. So it's actually, I mean, so it could be a G augmented, or E flat augmented, or B augmented. Okay, they're all the same chord actually. Now, with basics on the guitar, you should know all your minor. You should know your major triads, your minor, your augmented, and your diminished. Actually, I have to post that on my Patreon. Those 4 exercises. You should know these chords as basic triads. Okay, so those are all the 4 basic triads. So he went from the key of B to E flat to G, and you hear a lot of his songs written like that. Coltrane, like Central Park West, I think is one of the songs. Satellite. He did a lot of cool tunes. So basically, this song just goes to 3 keys. So they call it 3 tonal systems. Okay. So giant steps is like a good exercise if you like a lot of college students love this, a lot of jazz heads and stuff. So you have to figure out licks that you can play through these changes so the chords are B. You could, if you have your real book or any kind of like, what's the word, or any kind of like music on giant steps, take a look with me. Okay, the first chord is B, D, G, B flat 7, E flat. So if I'm playing through this, a lot of changes. So what I did, I actually transcribed a little bit of John Coltrane on this. I should transcribe more John Coltrane solos in general, actually. So I mean, he would go like this. He would just do these patterns, which you actually should know, everybody. They're called tetrachords, and I have, like, on my YouTube channel here, you can watch like a TikTok I did about it. But I'm gonna do, like, I'm starting to do long videos, like a workshop kind of style videos now. People are really liking them. I'm starting to release those. Where I'm going to talk more about, in depth about tetrachords and stuff like that, and Coltrane changes, etc. So when I'm playing through, what Coltrane used to do, he would just go 1, 2, 3, 5 on every chord. So on the B, he would go B. Now, for people who can't read, that's another thing you should learn how to do. If you can't do everything by ear, try to avoid tabs if you can. But that's a lot to ask, actually, for guitar players, because it's really hard to read on the guitar. But he would do 1, 2, 3, 5 on a major chord. So he would go like this. So he's playing through the changes like that, the Coltrane changes like this. So you got to be able to play that everywhere. So one of the things about guitar or bass or any instrument that you play, well, especially guitar and bass, because you can play some of the same stuff over with different fingerings. I would play this lick everywhere. See that lick? I just play this like a B lick, a tetrachord lick, or 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, for people who don't know what 1, 2, 3, 5 is, it's like the first degree of the scale, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, going up the scale. Okay, so it goes. So I'm just playing through the chords: B, D7, G, major 7, B flat dominant 7, then E flat major 7. That's what Coltrane actually did to get through this. He would go 1, 2, 3, 4. It sounds like an exercise. It is exercise. So I'm just basically playing through the Coltrane changes like that. Oh, here's another question. Oh, okay. So Nathaniel has a question here. When you're transcribing the solo or learn a lick, do you just transcribe it and be done, or just stay with it and learn to use it before moving to the next? Okay, great question, Nathaniel. Now, when I was transcribing, there's 2 things about transcribing, just so you know. Okay, transcribing is actually writing down the notes. Okay, now that's a skill in itself, and I know how to do that. It's a skill that takes a lot of practice and study too. Because when I went to Berkeley, I tested out of the harmony classes, like the first two semesters actually, and I was in this transcription class where you had to sit down and write all your notes with no paper. I mean, with no instrument. You had to do everything by ear with intervals. So you have to know about intervals. But it's hard to write rhythms out and stuff it takes a long time. But if you can do that, actually, that's one of the best things for you to do is for your ears, and also embeds the music in your mind. Now, I suggest never anybody giving you a transcription say, "Hey, man, here's a transcription to John Coltrane Cylinder, man. Here, you can just learn it now." And no, that's not good for you. The best thing for you to do is do it yourself. Okay, so you can write it down. I suggest writing it down and learning it. Okay. Now, if me, who doesn't have much time for anything these days, if I want to learn something, I'll just do it by ear and just memorize it. If I want to write it down, I can. And people pay me to write things down if I sometimes, so to transcribe stuff. So I'll do it if you pay me. But at my leisure, I don't do it anymore because it just takes so much time to write it down that I don't really need to do it most of the time. So I do it by ear. But it's important that you do it. That's the whole thing. Don't have anybody hand you any kind of music and tell you this is the music. Here's Joe Pass's guitar solo. You're not going to learn anything like that. The guy who learned something from that solo was the guy who transcribed it and learned it himself. You don't get any benefit from someone showing you something. So you have to sit there and physically learn this stuff. And when you're transcribing, you could write it down. I've written some solos. I had a solo came out years ago in Downbeat magazine. I did it. I used to transcribe, write the solos down. I transcribed like Wes Montgomery's solo on SOS. And, so what I did was I just, I wrote it all out, but, I knew how to play it too. So you have to learn how to play these things, because what happens is when you play solo, let's say you learn a lick from like Pat Martino or Wes Montgomery. So like one of my Pat Martino licks I like to play is like this 2/5 lick like this. Let me see. That's a 2/5 lick. Now 2/5 is like if you're in the key of E flat, the 2 is like from starting from E flat is 1, and the 2 is F minor, and the 5 you go up the scale is the 7, and that resolves usually back to the 1, F minor 7 to B flat 7, back to E flat major 7. So there's a lick that he played that goes like this. I mean, basically like that. But the thing is, that lick, you have to take these licks and find these kind of licks in their solos, and then say, well, I mean, he's playing that on an F minor chord to a B flat. So when I get to that chord, I'm going to play that. But here's the thing. You've got to be able to transpose that to all keys, because you're not going to be playing on an F minor chord to B flat. So you got to be able to play that in D. So see what I just did though? I changed the fingering too. Or this. That's what you have to do on the guitar. You have to figure out every possible fingering in the same register. That's really hard to do. So I have to think about that. So when I'm actually playing, I'll practice this, and then when I'm actually playing a gig, I try to find the fingering that I know the most, because what happens is, you have to practice something over and over to really get it embedded in your playing. So that's another thing, everybody. When you're practicing, this is a really good thing to know. Okay. Okay. I'm going to answer the question about the beginner jazz book soon. Okay. When I'm practicing, just so you know, musicians learn by repetition. So whenever I've learned this over the years from teaching and from playing a lot, that you have to practice something. If you're learning like a new lick or new anything, you have to practice it every day. Don't practice like 1 hour and then wait 1 week later and then play the same thing. No, you got to practice it like 10, 15 minutes a day, because what happens is you have to embed it in your mind and it becomes natural. So you have to practice every day the same thing, and remember to practice only things you don't know. So like this lick, I know this lick really well here, but I don't know it as well here. I can do it, excuse me, and but I have to think about it more. So for me not to think about it more, I have to practice it every day until I don't have to think about it. That's what I mean. You have to be able to practice so much that you don't even think about it. It just becomes natural, and that's how you learn how to play music. I think that's how you learn how to do anything. Actually, you have to do it over and over and over and over without stopping until you know it without thinking about it. So when I used to do these Broadway shows, I used to take them for granted. I used to play a lot of Broadway, and I had to learn all this crazy music. And a couple times I crashed and burned just because I didn't practice enough. Because when you get on stage and you play, it's a whole different story than practicing. You got to go on autopilot and not even think about what you're doing. You just got to know it so well. You practice it so I would practice these shows every day for 2 weeks. I would go in and watch the guy. I would sub. Okay, subbing is when you replace the guy on a Broadway show and you just play. You have to basically play like him. So I would practice that stuff every day and go to the show and watch him play it. And then when I get in the show, you're just there. It's autopilot. That's what you have to do. It's exactly the same thing as learning how to play jazz. Okay, now, do with the guitar as, is there any beginner jazz book you recommend? Okay, I'm going to send, I'll send you guys, I think I have your emails. I'm going to send you, just send me an email at the end if there's any questions, everybody, about the workshop, any books you need. There's some great books that I use, like it's behind my screen here. I have like the William, let me write this down, like the Modern Method for Guitar is a very good book. This Ted Dunbar book that I used, a lot of these good guitar players use, called New Approaches for Jazz Guitar. Let me see. My websites have a lot of that stuff about learning how to play, getting warmed up and, beginner books like that. I'm going to make a list for you guys. Let me see. So guitar books, A Modern Method for Guitar. This is a really good book to learn all your basics about the guitar. Now, for the 7-string players here watching, remember that you have to know the 6-string really well before you go to 7-string. So Modern Method for Guitar is great. Okay. By William Levitt. I'm going to write that down. You can find that book anywhere. Okay. It's a really great book to learn how to play jazz. To learn about the basics of jazz, chords, melodies, all kinds of stuff. Okay. And someone's going to hand me the book right now if they can find it. Oh, this is another book I have. This is backwards. But this is a book I wrote for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and these are chords at your fingertips. It's a really great book about chords, everything. You can pick that up. You can get that on my Amazon store. Okay. Can you hand me the folder? So yeah, you can get that at my Amazon store. That's a great book for learning chords, and there's a lot of great exercises here. Another book is called Scales of Mode Mastery. That's a book that I sell through Acoustic Guitar. Okay, and that book is available on the Acoustic Guitar website. Okay, and so yeah, that's a great book. Scales of Mode Mastery. But anyway, send me a message so I can send you some book recommendations, and I'll send you my. Give me that, please. Yes. I want to show you this. If you go to my Amazon store, let me show you this right now. Oh yeah, here. If you go to my Amazon store, here it is. You can see this now, I hope. Oh, is this? Oh. I hope you can see this. Nope, you can't see that, can you? That's weird. It's too far away. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. You can go to my Amazon store. There's a bunch of guitar books there on my Amazon store. There's all guitar books. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And there's a ton of books there for beginners, and books that I have sell too. Yeah. That's a magic trick. Thanks, Chip. Okay. Yeah. So in the last 10 minutes, is there any questions before we finish up? I went through a lot of subjects today. Oh, okay. Before we keep going, so email me about books, guys. Go to my YouTube for some of this stuff is on my YouTube channel here. A lot of my lessons are up here. I cross-posted from TikTok now. TikTok, I have tons of educational videos, and that page is is doing really well with. I talk about all kinds of things, bass lines, picking, all kinds of stuff. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Someone put put the website there. Great, thank you. Also, give them my website and etc. So let's just continue really quick with giant steps. Okay, so the easiest way to play through giant steps is using the 1, 2, 3, 5 patterns on tetrachords, etc. Okay. Now, there's different tricks you can use too. Like one of the tricks I learned from my students, I learned a lot of stuff from my students too. Remember, you can learn something from anybody. One of my students that I was teaching, a really good guitar player that I was teaching from Chicago, that lived here in New York, moved back to Chicago. Okay, is this one right here. Like if you're going, when you're playing down the scale of giant steps, you can go down in whole steps. You can go down in whole steps. You can do a major B major chord, then go down to an A minor, then G major, then F minor. That's a really good trick. Oh, there's another question here. Really appreciate the lesson. We'll look into Patreon. Oh, thank you, dude. I like that. Dude with the guitar. But you spelled the dude wrong, guy. It's not D-O-O-D. It's D-U-D-E. I'm just kidding. Appreciate the lesson. We'll look you into Patreon and continue to follow you on Instagram. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Could you go through harmonies and harmonizing in chords? Could you use blues progression to show it? Oh, harmonize. Okay, now let me show you. Like, let's go to key G. Okay. So when I'm playing through a blues, there's a lot of things you can actually. Blues is more complicated than you think because you could alter the chord. So when I'm playing a blues, I can think of. I can just play a G7, of course, if I'm playing a G chord. I can actually playing. Now you're talking about chords, I hope, Nathaniel. Now I can just put a 9 on top. You can start doing that with the chords, for example. You could do all 9s, for example. Like I could do dominant second. Okay, now you could do. Next thing I would do is make it into a 9 chord. Now I took the root off. You should be able to play these chords without the root. So I put a 9 there instead now. Okay. So the 9 comes from like the 1, which is G, B, which is the 3rd, D, which is the 5th, the flat 7, which is F, and the A is the 9. So I can put that up there. I can play it like this. Remember the voicings. Find every way to play these voicings. Okay. Okay. And then I could go to a 9 here. You could develop a voice like that. Now, jazz blues is a whole different thing. Okay. Then I can go to regular 1, 4, 5 blues, just all 9 chords. Then you could add the 13 next. I added that note, and I put the 9 on top. That's a very common voicing. You could do it that way too, actually. I've never done it that way. 13, 13, and then 13 with. I didn't put the dimension there. Now you could make it altered now. So you could put sharp 9 like Jimi Hendrix. I put sharp 9 chords. Sounds like Batman. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going through the chords like that. Now you can start doing things like this too, everybody. You can start doing what you call you can do substitutions. Like if I'm doing a G7, I can make a D minor. I can put the related 2, we call it. Then G minor. So when I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, I can go like this. I could just put a 2, 5 instead. Now that's what we call. We didn't get to reharmonization too much today. That's called substitutions. Okay. So I'm substituting a chord. I'm thinking of a different chord while you're playing something else. That's what substitution is. So, like, I can while you guys are playing a dominant 7th chord in your blues, I'll be thinking, I'll be thinking, let's say G7 flat 9, flat 13, which is altered, we call it. So I'll go. I'll be playing crazy chords like that while you guys are playing. So that's called reharmonization. So I'm superimposing a chord. What I'm doing right there is I'm just basically playing altered on over everything. So I'm actually substituting a lot. So that's another thing you could actually do in a blues or any kind of progression. So remember, when you're harmonizing, it depends on your harmonic knowledge, at what level you are, of sophistication. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing like just over a regular, let me pick a different key. Let's say I'm playing over a regular E flat major 7 chord. I can actually go, you can play the regular major scale, but I can actually do all kinds of scales. I can go, I can play a Lydian, even though they're playing like a regular major scale or major chord. I can actually I can superimpose a Lydian in my solo and it will still sound good because I'm forcing it in there. I can make a Lydian sharp 5. That comes from a melodic minor, so it's a major 7 with a sharp 5. Okay, and I can actually go. I could do Ionian sharp 5, which comes from melodic minor. Stuff like that. Okay. So it depends on your harmonic knowledge to be able to superimpose different chords, melodies. So that's called reharmonization, and I like to use that a lot. So I'm gonna actually try to do some. I might record today like a long version video about Coltrane changes, about different kinds of techniques we use today, like for YouTube, okay? Because like I workshop specifically just about one subject, because I'm doing short form videos on TikTok and Instagram, but they're too short. Some people say, so people are now coming to my YouTube, and I'm starting to get. I gained a couple thousand subscribers because I've just been doing a bunch of posts all the time with all my educational videos. So please come back, everybody. Please follow me. I'm going to write this down. Please follow me. If you're not doing so, at all my channels, please follow. I'm going to end this now. Me at Ron Jackson Music. On all channels, on all platforms, all social media. Okay, they're all the same name. Oops, I spelled social media wrong. Okay, please follow me at Ron Jackson on all social media. If there's any questions, everybody, you're welcome, Chris. I'll see you Tuesday for your lesson. And what was I going to say? Send me an email if there's any questions about books, anything, and if there's any questions about anything, let me know. I'll send you the information, links, etc. We talked about a lot of stuff. There's a lot more to talk about. Now I'm getting tired. So and hungry. So thank you, everybody. Ashante. Oh, that's cool. That's great, man. That's where Ashante comes from. I like that word. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. And I'll just show you. If you want to check out my Patreon page, it's right here. Oh, I got magic. That's why my Patreon page. Quite a few of my patrons are watching, and here we go. And she also put my link tree with all my links there, and all my links are at my link tree right there that we just put up there. And thank you everybody. I appreciate you watching. We had a great crowd today, and something was backwards? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. So you can just go to my Patreon, which is also Ron Jackson Music. Patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and that was my Patreon live lesson that I do once a month. It's called Second Saturdays, and I appreciate you guys watching. And I hope you learned a lot today about different styles and techniques about playing guitar, jazz, 7-string, etc. And I hope to see you guys very soon. And keep following keep checking out my Patreon and all that. I mean, my TikTok and Instagram, because I have always these videos coming out that I'm posting about different, techniques you could learn on guitar, comping, improvisation, etc. Okay, so we'll see you guys very soon. I'm gonna say bye-bye and have a great day. And we'll see you guys at the next live lesson or lesson going to be taking with me in person, etc. Have a good time. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, thanks. Okay, hold on. Oh, Chip. Okay, Chip, thank you, man. You're welcome. Also, Chip, just so you know, go to my, I sent you the links already, but there's an introduction to a 7-string guitar long form video on YouTube. It's pretty long. And I talk about how the 7-string guitar works, etc. Okay. I want people to play 7-string guitar. We need more 7-string jazz guitar players. There's a lot of rock guys, which is cool too. I love rock, and a lot of Brazilian guys, but not many jazz guys who use the 7th string as the as the bass note. Okay, so please check that out on my YouTube, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys. Bye bye. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention a shout out to Umir, my student. Umir Abela, he's a new student too. Sorry, Umir, I forgot about you. You're one of the beginning guys that came in. I appreciate Umir. He just started studying with me, and thank you, Umir Abela. I have a hard time saying your name. There's some funny names here today. So, thanks, Umir, for watching, and he's a great new guitar player. Oh yeah, I mentioned you earlier. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm losing my mind now. Bye-bye. much. Thank you very much. Can anybody guess the name of that song? I know some people know already, but people who don't have my album, but anybody know that name of the song?
Randy.
Yeah. Good. This young man here wins free air because he got the name right. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Hey, everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And what was I going to do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now doing a practice session in front of you. And this is hard to do, to practice in front of people. So I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. And show you how I practice. Like, I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bit of stuff, and so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. So I'm actually live right now, and it's a practice session, and I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. I sent a chat. Hey, hello, Keon. How's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here, and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session, but before I do that, I'm going to actually get people on TikTok right now. So let me see. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live there. I'm going to say practice session. I'm going to adjust the phone for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session. Number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing, but let me see. So I'm going to go live there. So let me do that right now. Go live. I have a bunch of people on TikTok too. Hey, Melvin, this is my first time. Your first time for what? So, guys and girls, everybody who's watching, I'm doing a live session right now, and I'm actually going to do some warm-ups and practice in front of you. TikTok, and I'm on live on TikTok and actually YouTube right now, not on Instagram. So if there's any questions, let me know. So we're trying to adjust the panels here and stuff, but this looks good to me. I mean, you're gonna make some adjustments. Sorry. There's about 16 people watching now on YouTube. So I mean, what I usually do when I warm up right now, I've been working on. I always practice things, and actually, I always practice things that I don't know how to do. So, for example, like right now, I've been working a lot on these crazy arpeggios that I learned from a student. Like I'm gonna warm up right now. I'm on my 7-string, so I like to pick up the 7-string and actually do some things like that I can't do. So like one thing I can't do is like this arpeggio that's like it's like a 3-octave arpeggio. Okay, so this is a 7-string guitar. If you have any questions, so I haven't touched this thing all day. Okay, so one thing I can do right now is warm up with a scale like let's say a C major. Now, when the 7-string is completely different to play it, so I'm going to play like. See, I don't know this well. Now, I tune the 7-string to a low A, not like a typical B like a lot of rock stars do and stuff. Then when they tune down to a 7-string, they tune to a low A. So I'm actually tuned to a low. I mean, they're tuned to a low B. So I'm tuned to a low A. So I'm still trying to get used to it. So that note, A, B, C is the same note here. So the thing is, so if I played up the scale like this, up the neck, it's exactly the same note. So it's the C major scale I'm actually playing right here. Okay, and this is actually, I'm not used to doing this. So when I practice, so just so everybody knows, you should practice things you can't do well. Never practice things you know how to do really well. So I'm just getting warmed up right now. So I'm doing a little practice session. So I'm gonna practice the C major scale like with the 7 strings. I use a 7-string guitar usually now, and I'm trying to incorporate the 7-string more as a melodic tool instead of just playing as a bass note. See what I did? See that? That's tricky. I'm not used to doing that. Now that's really tricky on a 7-string guitar because I've never really done it that way. So if there's any questions, hey, Steely Dan's there. What's your thought of Lenny Bro? Oh man, Lenny Bro's one of the masters. He did this stuff. Those are some octave harmonics. He was great at that stuff. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Steely. I never met Steely Dan before in person. Let me see. There's some questions here. Any John Mayer? Oh, this is from TikTok. People on TikTok are saying hi right now, too. Ron, what are the absolute basics that someone who wants to learn jazz guitar should know? Well, when you're playing jazz, everybody, these are things I always do. I practice my scales. Okay, so you should know all your C major scales. So let's do a little warm up here. So you should know all your scales. So you should know all the 3 scales in all the modes, the minor, the melodic minor in all the modes, and the harmonic minor in all the modes. Those are the 3 basic scales you should know. And there's some other scales too, of course, more fancy ones. So what I usually do is I'll practice. I don't really practice the major scale that much anymore. I've been practicing the melodic minor. So you have to know all the modes with that first. Okay, and so let's say I'm playing. I'll play F melodic minor. So I'm warming up right now. So I haven't touched the guitar. And unfortunately, so this is before I play it. So, see how I'm playing up and down the neck? Now I can play the scale all the way up and like this. We call it second. So I'm trying to use the 7-string. I'm trying to use the 7-string much more now in my solo. So I'm trying to throw that in there when I'm actually playing. Let me adjust the phone a little bit for TikTok here so you can see my neck better. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, and then now what I'm trying to do now is be able to play the melodic minor scale, just playing it up and down like that in seconds. I'm gonna go. Now you notice I don't stay in the same position. I play all the way up and down the neck. Now you should get fluent playing up and down the neck. You should be able to play on 1 string. Any scale. Because when you're taking your solo in jazz, you should be able to play your scales up and down the neck like this. Okay, etc. So I'm playing, those are thirds, but you could actually do much more than that. You could actually go, you can do arpeggios like this, thirds. See, I can go up the neck like this. You should know the neck like this. Or across the neck. These are different scale patterns. These are actually arpeggios of thirds going up the scale. You should know the names of these too. So I'm just in F minor. So the first one would be F minor. So I'm trying to memorize these things myself. I don't know them as well. So should I play them all the time? But I can get even deeper with it. So this is a minor arpeggio, a minor. This is augmented. So that's F minor, G minor. A augmented. Then B flat major. Then C major. Then D diminished, then E diminished, then F minor. So those are like basic arpeggios in the key of F melodic minor. So I've been working on memorizing these things and also trying to play them up and down the neck. Like let's say in closed position on the guitar. Now you can play just thirds like this. See? I'm playing them up in thirds now, like that. This is an F melodic minor. Okay, now we haven't even talked about the modes yet, so I've been working on all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I work on. Amir, sorry, Umir. I always call him Emir. It's Umir. One of my students. Happy Tuesday, Umir. One of my students studying with me. Just in case you guys, if you're having a great time and you're learning a lot, during this practice session, I'm gonna if you want to donate $1 or more, I don't know if you can see this actually. Can you see this actually, guys? Yes, it's backwards on. I gotta put this one up. Let me see. Let me show you this. If you want to donate $1 more, you just go to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. You can actually see that here, like this. And TikTok and Instagram. TikTok and YouTube. If you want to donate $1 more, you're enjoying this lesson, okay? This is like a live lesson about me practicing. So if there's any questions, please let me know. Is playing Steely Jam tunes a good start for learning jazz? I don't know about. Steely Jam tunes aren't really jazz tunes, but they're original tunes, though they're modern. Okay, so put it on there. So Steely Jam tunes are cool actually if you want to learn them, but I think you should learn jazz standards like out of the real book like this. So for example, I use the real book. Sorry, my real book's falling apart because I use it too much. You just use the real book, learn tunes out of here. One of my things to do all the time when I'm practicing is review tunes because I don't play there's tunes I don't play for a long time. So I'll go through a song that I haven't played in a while and practice them. Okay. So so we just talked about the melodic minor and the modes, for example, and I like to know. You have to know all the major modes, of course, and then the harmonic minor modes too, and how to play that scale. I've been using that scale a lot because we use that a lot in jazz. So let me see. I see a bunch of messages here on TikTok. Thoughts on bebop jazz? I play bebop jazz, of course, too. So I practice a lot of bebop melodies. So so when I'm practicing, guys, I'll do things like I've been working on like tunes I don't know as well. Like I've been working on let me see on what's it called? This tune called Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker. So I've been practicing that tune a lot, okay? Because I don't know that tune as well. And bebop tunes are very important when you're practicing jazz. And so I've been working on that, just making sure I know it, because I don't know that tune as well. So I'll work on like that real slow, like the bridge. So I'll be is one of the things I like to do is practice different melodies that I don't know. Remember, practice things you don't know. I'm working on Chick Corea tunes like God Imagine. So I'll be practicing those type of things, and just because I don't know these songs as well. Of course, there's some bebop melodies and stuff like that that I do know as well, that like Olio. So that one I know well. I mean, there's a bunch of them I know well, but the ones I know well I don't practice because why should I practice them? Because practicing those don't make any sense. What makes sense is if you practice tunes that you don't know. Okay, so then I always do my practice sessions. So I mean, like right now I'm practicing a lot of arpeggio type of work too, and picking technique like this. Warm ups, sweeping, and things like that. Let me see. There's some questions here. Love your show. Could you talk about your favorite songs? Oh wow. Someone's asking my song really. There's a lot of tunes I like. But I mean, it depends. A lot of the songs I like are jazz standards actually, and are pop songs. So I mean, there's so many songs out there that I can't keep up with them. So like my last album, which looks like this actually, either you can pick it up anywhere. This one, standards and other songs. I did a bunch of pop tunes and stuff that I converted to jazz. So I mean, so that's how I got into like So I like pop tunes a lot. A lot, I did a Drake song and a bunch of stuff like that. But when I'm practicing, I'm always practicing tunes I don't know as well. So there's different things that I like to do with those kind of tunes. Let me see if there's other questions. Whenever I try to improvise, my soloing is pretty much limited to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Could you help me out with some exercises? Thank you. Okay, so here's a good exercise, guys and girls. Who's ever watching, and also on TikTok. Okay. So when I'm practicing, I mean, if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like one of my students, Yumir, was talking about. We're talking about rhythms. So a lot of jazz is actually eighth notes. So if I'm taking a solo like this. So that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So, but sometimes I can go. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing some triplets and things like that, and I'm doing eighth notes, of course. Those are swing eighth notes too. So there's swing eighth notes and straight eighth notes you can actually practice. But I like to change things up. So if I'm taking it like, let's say I'm playing a line like this, you can go. What I'm doing, I'm just throwing some triplets in there, and you can actually do double time stuff too, like this. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing 16 notes, and you can do triplets too. 16 note triplets. So I'm only playing on D minor right now, but I'm actually switching up rhythms. You can do triplets. So you have to think about the rhythms you're actually playing too. So just don't play random notes. Think about the rhythms. The rhythm is actually the most important thing. So I'm just switching between eighth notes, 16 notes, and sometimes triplets. Straight triplets. Like you could do quarter note triplets. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You would sing it triplet, triplet, triplet. The playing, and you have to be really conscious of it. So what I like to do actually a lot is like, let me get my metronome out here. I like to use my tempo metronome and play with the metronome, so you really know what your timing is. And it's very important to know your timing. So I'll play with the metronome here. Let me play it. Is it? So I'll use my metronome. It's very important to use a metronome. Oh, I'm looking at all these questions here. So I'll use my metronome to really get it together and try to play for people. Let me see if I can answer some questions over here on TikTok a little bit. Can you play the intro of what's this? Octopus what? Garden? I don't even know that's sometimes you guys send me stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd have to know what that song really is. Let me see. There's a bunch of people that joined on TikTok. Let me see if there's any cool questions that you can ask me. You should you play should you play some bachata? Or that would be bachata. You know what? One of my students plays bachata. I don't really know no bachata too well, but I like to. That's Dominican, isn't it? Do you know? Do you know Pat Metheny? I met Pat Metheny. I hardly hear people talk about him. Oh man, Pat Metheny was one of my main influences when that's one of the main reasons I started playing jazz guitar. I used to see him in high school, and I met him a couple of times. Like I used to teach the National Summer Guitar Workshop, and he used to go and do a workshop until they went bankrupt. Those guys. That was like 15 years ago. They went bankrupt, National Summer Guitar Workshop, but that was a really cool thing. They used to have all the great guitar players. I used to be one of the teachers, and I used to be in Connecticut. So, yeah, Pat Metheny is a great influence. Pat Metheny was like a child prodigy. He played exactly like Wes Montgomery when he came out. But when he started, when he was in high school, but then he decided to be himself, and so he started really getting it together. So anyway, so we don't have any problem with the background here. But no one really cares. They're into the music. So, how do you memorize all the standards? I have a tendency to forget chords and melody easily. Oh, that's true too. Everybody. So, when I'm learning a standard, if I haven't played a standard in a long time, I'll forget it. That's kind of normal. So if you don't play, you lose it, you lose it. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. That kind of saying. So you could actually, I gotta move a stand out of here because the production manager is trying to help me here. So, yes. Oh man, thanks everybody on YouTube for watching because I'm trying to get more people to watch me do lives, and get more stuff out to you guys instead of talking about like all these my performances and all these little shorts I do and everything. So what I do is when you to memorize a tune, you have to get in your head. So when I'm learning a new tune, I have some new tunes that I'm actually learning. I got to think about them. There's a bunch that I don't know that I've always wanted to learn. Like if I forget a song, I'll start. First, you have to have the melody in your head, so you don't forget it. Like this song, like let's pick a song right now. Let's pick a song I haven't played. Like I haven't done the Days of Wine and Roses in a long time, so I would go. So I know what the melody says. I haven't played that in a while. So now I just played that melody like that, and I haven't played that in a long time. But if I'm going to play like a solo guitar kind of thing, I would actually just go. I would actually try to throw chords in there like this. So you have to really know how to play chord melody and memorize these tunes and play the melody everywhere. So you should play about. So I would go or down lower. See, what I do was I transpose it down an octave because I don't know how to do it in octaves like that down. So I mean, you practice the melodies, you have to really know them inside out because you know what? Everything matters what the melody sounds like. So they'll be the first to tell you played that wrong, and the melody is actually the most important part of a song. So I practice these melodies, and if I know the song well enough, I'll transpose them to different keys. So let me see this questions here. Dorian flat 2. Can you play using Dorian flat 2? Someone asked me that question. Oh, you see, Dorian flat 2 is this. Here's a Dorian scale, like a D Dorian. So that scale, what scale is it? That's actually, that comes from what melodic. You can use that scale. I'm just trying to figure out what the scale is there. Because there's a Dorian natural 9 is very common. Oh, actually, Lokian natural 9 is a very common one. But Dorian flat 9 I use sometimes in my playing. Okay. Now let me see. Let me answer some questions here on TikTok. Now, guys, if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot about my practice and how to practice sessions today, I'm doing an open practice session. I'm actually accepting donations. If you want to go to my PayPal, it's at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. It's also on my profile, and on YouTube you can do the same thing. If you're learning some cool stuff, you could send a donation. That would be really great. Thank you for watching. Let me see some other questions here. Wait, would you do that same as a flat 9? Would you do that flat 2 scale the same as flat 9? The flat 2 scale could be the same. The flat 9, the flat 2 implies dominant 7th. Okay, just so you know. So someone was asking that. So flat 2, what doesn't necessarily mean flat 9. Can you play Here Comes the Sun? That's funny. Let me see how I play that. I haven't played that song in a long time, so I have to look at the music. Now, how do you jump? How do you jump down to the 5th of the lower string so quickly? I find myself getting stuck to the 5th on the lower string quickly. I don't get that. What you mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that question exactly. Getting lost. I don't understand that question actually. Try to reword that a different way. Whoever that was. I know that there's some basic theory from being in a band for 6 years. What should I learn to play the first on guitar? So you know what? I mean, one good book I like to use, and I've been using this book. This book actually shows you everything, everybody. So I use this William Levitt book, A Modern Method for Guitar. It's backwards, of course. I'm not left-handed, just so you know. So this is the book I use to actually practice. Okay. So I'm actually going through the whole book, and I know most of the first 2 books, but not the 3rd book. But I know most of the stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I'm always learning things that practicing things I don't know. So when I'm actually practicing, I'm just practicing things I don't know. So one of the things I wanted to show you guys today were some of these arpeggios that I learned from a student that I've been working on. Let me pull these out for you. They're really cool arpeggios. So one of those arpeggios is like I'm playing like let's say I'm playing an F major arpeggio. Now I'm playing it on 7-string guitar. Watch this. So I gotta put that low note. Now this adding the 7th string adds that low note, and I play low A. So that's an A, C, F. So this is F, A, C, F, A, C, F, A, C, F. So that's actually a 3-octave arpeggio. That's one of the things I practice, but I know that one really well, kind of, except for the low notes here. Now, I usually don't practice this fast too, because I gotta practice it slow, so I learn it. So there's another arpeggio I like to do. This is a major arpeggio, okay? And one of the major arpeggios that I don't know as well is this form, like this. Let me get my 6th string out so you can see this a little bit, because I've been confusing it with my 7th string. So my 6th string guitar looks like this. I'll get this out. And if you guys are enjoying what you're learning, I have a new article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine that just came out. Okay, let me see. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I have a new article in the March-April issue. Okay, and this is it's on the harmonic and melodic minor scales. So, go check it out. My new article is on page 50. Let me open it up for you. Here I am. Check it out. You can watch me. You can read about. It's a really good article about the harmonic and melodic minors that I need to still work on, guys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I do know, but in my case, I always feel like I need to get a lot better. So everybody feels that. So there's a lot of cool exercise in here in my new article. So go check it out. And also through the same company, Acoustic Guitar and Hal Leonard, I have a book. If you want to learn about chords, I do great articles here. You just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can actually learn some chords at your fingertips right here in this book. And there's some great writers in here like Adam Levy, who played with a lot of different people. Some great authors, Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers, who used to be the editor at Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So I'm involved with Acoustic Guitar Magazine for a long time, and I do a lot of writing for them. I've done about 30 articles. So now here's my 6-string guitar. So the 6-string guitar is really easy to play for me now compared to 7-string because the 7-string is really hard. Sometimes I get lost just because I'm trying to do that 7-string in here. So this is like butter. I usually use a lighter pick because the strings here are much, much smaller, okay? Now, before I keep going, I want to see if there's any questions here. Hey, I love your stuff on your show. Show me some medium advanced picking techniques to build string speed, please. Okay. So you know what? So when I'm warming up, I like to do this exercise. The trill exercise like this. Okay, it's a really good exercise to warm up with. And I use the George Benson picking technique, so I'm going sideways. But if it's only on a flat wound string. So I really haven't warmed up today because I just started doing this. I'm supposed to be a practice session. So I'll go to this string. It's a tremolo. I go as fast as I can. And I do loud and soft. Loud. See how I keep my string the pick really close to the string? Yeah, these are good Eastman guitars, just so you provide those. And I go across, and I actually play more to the side like this, not straight when I'm using a flat one. I use the George Benson picking technique, but some people have it really angled like that. I don't play that angled, actually. I kind of do it like almost straight, but not quite. So that gives me speed. So, I did a TikTok recently, and I have to actually do a long form video for YouTube. It's on economy picking. So I do a lot of alternate picking. So one of the ways you can get faster picking is do alternate picking. So you should pick down and up or up and down everywhere. So I'm just picking down and up. I'm just playing BS, I'm just going down and up. So that's very common to play down and up. Alternate picking, okay? So sometimes I'll do alternate picking, but then sometimes to make it smoother, I might do a slide like that. Or like this. I won't pick every note. So I started doing economy picking, which I didn't realize I did till someone started asking me on TikTok about explaining economy picking. So I actually do a combination of picking and alternate picking and hammers on pull-offs. Then I'll do sweeping to do certain things. Sweeping is actually when you go in the same direction and hit two adjacent strings. So that's a good exercise I'm just doing right now. I just did a major arpeggio, went down in half steps, and went all the same direction. I went down, up, down, Guitar Magazine in the January issue about sweep picking. So that whole lesson and that article in acoustic guitar is all about sweep picking and different exercises. So I do a combination of all those things that equate to economy picking. So I basically just do a combination of what I'll try to do like a jazz thing. Well, I'm just doing a combination of sweeping, hammer-ons, pull-offs, and alternate picking. So I'm just basically just mixing it all up right now. I mean, I'm just playing gibberish right now, but when I'm actually playing, I actually use those techniques all together to play my solos, Dynamics, yeah, that's advanced, man. Thank you. Legato. Yeah, thank you, Schizoid, man. I like all the names you guys have. There's some wild names on TikTok, guys. I won't say the names sometimes. Love your videos. Do you have any exercise to help me understand octave displacement better? Oh, octave displacement. Okay, hold on. I'm going to answer some questions on TikTok. I can't forget you guys. Thank you very much for watching. And, please, before I forget, please follow me if you don't follow me here at Ron Jackson Music on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Man, there's another place. Okay, a bunch of places. So what was I going to say? So octave displacement, I want to make sure you know. So when I'm playing, I think he means like to find your notes from the different octaves. So, I mean, that takes time. You have to really know your neck. So if I'm playing, let's say, I'm going to pick a harder note, like an A flat. You should know how to play them across. See what I'm doing? And figure out every way. Oh, you can't see it too well. I'm going to try to do it here now. So that gets kind of weird there. There's no fret up there. So you should be able to find your octaves from any position. When I see the octaves, I see the scale too, like the A flat major scale. So I see the octave. You should be able to go up the scale and octave. See what I did? Go down the scale. Okay, so that's how I displace octaves. Thank you for asking that question. Joaquin Ruiz. Okay. Someone's asking if they still have trouble learning a minor scale. Now, this, just so you guys know, I mean, I've been working, I still work. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know because if I knew everything, I'd be a computer, a genius. I'm just kidding. So, what I try to do when I'm actually practicing is practice scales that I don't know. So, if you want to learn the minor scale is basically a major scale with a flat 3. So you should know how to change your scales. I have a video about that already. Change your scales from, the mother of all scales is the major. So let's say we're in the key. I want to change keys all the time now because you don't want to play the same key. The key of G. To make it minor, just lower one note. But if you just lower one note, that makes a G melodic minor. So to make a natural minor, you have to know what notes you change. So remember, minor is just a major scale with a flat 3. Now, there's a ton of different minor scales, all kinds of minor scales, So any scale with a flat 3. So this so for the key of G, I can do like a G natural minor. Okay, then I could G harmonic minor. Now, all these scales. Play them, what's the word? Play them everywhere you can possibly can. There's the G. So what happens is you have to know what's change. So you have to know your intervals. You have to know the number system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. back to 8, which is the octave, is the scale, but then you have to know how to change that to natural minor, which is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Then melodic minor is 1, flat 2, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, now depending on the key, there's different sharps and flats. So you have to know all that stuff. There's a lot involved with music, with theory and all that other stuff to scales. So there's a lot of stuff. So with minor scales, there's a ton of them. You have to work on that. Learn the natural minor. In rock, most musicians use Aeolian actually, which is cool, and it's a great, great scale. So in jazz, we use all kinds of scales. Let me see. Let me look at this. Let me look at some TikTok questions here. Let me say hi to some people. Everybody, please follow me if you're enjoying this. How do you choose chord positions for a song? Oh, okay. So, I mean, guys, let's say I'm playing a jazz song. Let me pick any jazz song. Okay, I've been working on Got a Match by Chick Corea. So the chords go. So, I mean, it goes, it's basically D major 7. So when I'm playing the chord progression, I try to do the chord progression every possible way. Now, this is a really great exercise I learned from Ted Dunbar, a great guitar teacher who taught a lot of great guitar players. So I'll play like this. So I just did it that way. Then I would do it here. Then I'll go. So then I would play it here. Then I'll go. Then I'll go. So I'm playing every possible finger I can do it. See how many plays I played that same progression? This is Got a Match by Chick Corea. Then I'll do it here. I'll go. So you see how many ways I play that progression? That's how you really learn how to play progressions all over the neck. You got to be able to play every possible fingering, and then what you do is whenever you're playing, you'll be able to play it anywhere. So I just did the same progression everywhere on possible way on the neck. And you have to really know your guitar neck and your chords just like that when you're playing. It takes a lot of practice, guys. And, it really kicks your butt. But, there's so much, the guitars, like, I see a lot of guitar players, I can tell if you know your neck, because they just basically play in the same area. But you got to be able to play all over the neck and really don't get lost. So, of course you can miss notes here and there. That's normal. If you're playing, it's okay, but you should not really be able to get lost whenever you're playing through chords. So when I'm doing jazz, you have to really know your neck, because this chord's going everywhere, and I have to be able when I'm playing to find on the neck where I'm at without getting lost and know what the chord sounds like. Now let me see some other questions here. Man, there's a ton of messages here, man. Woo! Let me see. Cool. You're so kind to help people out like this. Oh, you're welcome, guys. And if you're, like I said before, someone said I'm too kind to help people like this, but also, it's tough times. If you like the content, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, at Cash App, and PayPal. If you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot of cool stuff, in my impromptu practice session. So I'm not really practicing right now. I'm just showing you how to practice. But I appreciate you guys helping me. And please follow me. That's the most important thing. Share and follow me as well. Share it to your friends. Tell them about me. I want to thank YouTube guys. You guys at YouTube are great. I got to 11,000 subscribers now in about 3 months. I appreciate it. And YouTube, Instagram, Instagram and TikTok, almost 25,000. And I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Someone's asking me, does that guitar have low action? This one kind of. My 7th string has pretty high action. That was playing a minute ago. Now, legato. Do you have any exercises that help understand octave? Okay, someone asked that question. Do you usually play minor scales with a sharp 7? So someone's asking me, I play a minor scale with a sharp 7 sometimes. It just depends. I like to actually, when I'm playing Dorian, I don't play sharp 7, it's a flat 7. So some playing Miles Davis, so what? So that's a Dorian scale. I'm just playing Dorian. There's no major 7 there or sharp 7. But I'll do that to reharmonize. So I'll go. And I'll start using passing tones and all kinds of stuff instead of all Dorian. So I started doing the sharp 7th, the raised 7th there, and made it to a harmonic minor scale. So I'm just reharmonizing. Remember, jazz musicians reharmonize all the time. So I feel like making a sharp 7 in the solo. I'll do that. I'll keep it natural 7. Or I'll keep it real straight. I'll do reharmonizations like minor thirds like that up, etc. So yes, I'll raise the 7 sometime. I'm playing blues and I'm just getting to jazz. So when I improvise, let's say over G7, do you play dominant arpeggio or know the notes of the Mixolydian scale? So guys, okay, just so you know, when I'm playing a blues, I do all kinds of stuff. Okay, so that's from Future Lights. Future Lights, I like that name. So on YouTube. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a blues in B flat. So if I'm playing a B flat chord, so I'll play like the minor pentatonic chords. Now that you should know all 5 fingerings of that. So I don't practice. So what I'm doing is I don't practice that scale because I know it too well. I'll practice harder scales. Okay, so don't practice things that you know already. So when I'm playing, I'll do an arpeggio sometimes. That's one of the things I would do. And I'll do like the dominant scale. See, I'm just making sure that I can play it over Yeah, so what I did was like I mixed up the scales right now. Okay, so I did like a dominant arpeggio. I did a minor pentatonic on a blues on a B flat 7 chord. I did the dominant scale. Then also I could do the dominant bebop. I like to use that. So we haven't got to that stuff too much today. So there's a passing tone between. So if I'm playing the dominant bebop scale, the dominant scale, I'll put no extra note. I'll put a passing tone between the 1 and flat 7 we call. So I like to do that too. So that's another scale I would use. Then I get really fancy. Also doing altered scales and all kinds of, and everything like that, you know. So sorry. Am I Lennon? Lando, you had a question. Micho, so he had a question. He's making all kinds of comments here. Okay. So anyway, so so I'm trying to practice in front of you guys, and there's a lot of questions. But so I mean, I hope you're learning a lot of new stuff today. Let me see what's on TikTok because I have a lot of fans on TikTok who learn a lot of stuff from me. Cool, you're kind to help. Let me see. Let me keep going here. How do you choose chord positions? I got that question already. I'm just trying to see who else is up here. Learn major pentatonic, major pentatonic. So everybody, Lydian, Mixolydian, and all that stuff. So when you're doing pentatonic scales, major and minor are related, just so you know. Okay. So and then you could superimpose like Lydian scales can be made into pentatonic. Any scale can be made into pentatonic scale. Actually, you're gonna find the like the pentatonic scales within within the scales. So some common ones are like let's say I'm playing like a let's say I'm playing A major 7. So this is like a pentatonic scale. So I can mix up little. So I'm actually playing a major pentatonic, a type of pentatonic on a major 7 chord, A major 7, where I can get the 9, the 7, the 13, or the 6, the 5, the 3, the 9. It looks like F minor, kind of like so you can have your own pentatonic scales superimposing them and using them in your soloing. A really cool thing to use actually in your soloing. Okay. Questions here. How do you find the best chord positions for a song? I already answered that question. There's a bunch of new questions here too. Oh, no, there's people that joined. So everybody, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna probably finish up in a few minutes because I've been up for an hour. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. So I'm just whenever you practice, and I know there's a lot of questions for me to answer. Practice things you don't know how to do. That's the most important thing. Now I learned, I've studied. I went to Berklee College. I've had a lot of great guitar teachers. If you want to learn how to play really and get your practice together, you study with somebody. And I forgot to tell you, if you're enjoying this, I also have a Patreon account, and where you can actually study with me. You can actually get like $3 lessons and less. Let me see if I have that with me. Oh, here it is. So I have a Patreon account. I'm starting to get a lot of patrons. So if you want to get some of these lessons written out that you see on TikTok and Instagram everywhere, and YouTube, go here, sign up for $3. Can you see that? Patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. You can go $3 a month. You get at least one lesson a month written out, and you get a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing a workshop actually on YouTube again this week, and that's going to be private to my members and students. So my students get like free workshops all the time like this. And I'm trying to do this right now for YouTube because I'm starting to get a lot of followers, and I appreciate you guys. And on TikTok, I don't go live on TikTok as much as I should. So I'm live on TikTok right now, and I appreciate you guys. I have so many great fans over there. Cool. You're so kind. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the new messages here. So let me see what else is here. Yeah. So there's a bunch of questions here. I answered a lot already. Oh yeah. So someone's asking about playing faster. So when I'm playing fast, when you play fast, you just gotta learn how to what's the word? Build up speed. And the best way to build up speed is use a metronome. I can't find my phone right now, but I'm trying to find my phone with the metronome, but it's over here somewhere. Anyway, so what I would do is, use a metronome to build up speed. I can find my phone. So look, I use a metronome to see how fast I can play. So when you start playing, like let's say at 150, that's pretty fast. So Well, that's 300. So I'll play, that's 150 half note. So I'll take that. If you can hear this, that's pretty loud. So I'll start playing along like this. I might have to play a little. So what I'm doing is I'm playing at 150. The half note is on 2 and 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 4. So what you gotta do is, to be able to play that fast, I actually, I've been practicing for a long time these tempos, and you have to build up. You have to start really slow. So I'm at 150 right now, half note. And that's like 300. It could be faster. I mean, I played people where people played faster, but I build up the speed. I'll play like blues, whatever tune you're playing, jazz tune, whatever, and I would like just start speeding it up one increment at a time, 100, 102, 103, and keep going until you're like 150. So let me put it at 160 this time, see if I can play. So if I played at 160, that's pretty damn fast. I'll do that. So that's the 2 and 4. But I'm gonna play 1 and 3 this time. So that's pretty fast, actually. 160. That's 320. So I mean, I like to practice those type of things really fast. But I mean, to be able to play that fast, you have to be relaxed. So what I'm doing right now is I'm pretty relaxed, even though I haven't warmed up that much. But usually you have to warm up to get to that tempo to play fast. So that's how you learn how to play fast. You have to build up the speed and be relaxed. You got to lock in with the metronome. Metronome really is a good thing to judge how to play faster. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's about almost 5 o'clock here Eastern Standard Time in New York. I appreciate you watching, man. So everybody's like, someone just asked one last question about the different modes. I actually have videos about that. So just look on my YouTube about the different modes of the major scale. I'm going to be doing soon, when I have time, all the modes of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor and how you use them in jazz. I'm going to do a long form video in YouTube probably, because in TikTok the 1 minute format is too short for this. Okay. And let me see if there's any other questions here before I go, because I got to take a break. I'm tired from talking. Hey man, can you do what's this Ren and Stimpy theme? I don't know that, man. Sorry. I mean, you know what? I want to take notes later, or send me a direct message about how to do some of these things. DM me some questions that you have, or make comments on my video here. I'm going to leave this up after. Okay, on TikTok you can't leave the videos up, but if there's any questions, please DM me on TikTok after the show. If you want to give some gifts, that would be great too. But it was really fun. I want to show you one more time. You enjoyed this.
I want to hear the Rens to be as well.
Oh no, someone else wanted, but I don't know that theme. So guys, if you enjoyed the show, please donate more. If you learn a lot of cool things at my Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and PayPal. And I really appreciate you guys. Or you can give me gifts on TikTok. And, I'll be doing these live streams again when I practice, probably in a day or two, So this is practice session number 2. And thank you very much. I'm going to have these, these comments here later. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. Okay, have a great day, TikTok, everybody. I can't answer all these questions. I'm going to try to practice by myself next. And I'm going to put a new post on TikTok today probably too. And I already put a post on YouTube. So thank you, YouTube, for all the 11,000 followers plus now. And everybody on TikTok, get me to 25,000, get me to 30,000. Okay, let me see. Let me say bye. let me say bye. Before I say bye to everybody on YouTube, I'm just going to check out some of the questions I had here on my chat. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to just, I'm screenshotting some of this. Um, so I'm going to shot some of these comments to see what people were saying here on YouTube. TikTok. I'll see you guys soon. Okay. I'm gonna say. Let me. I just see a few more things. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for all the gifts and everything. There were some questions here. Okay. Can you play these chords in order? D, G, and A. D, G, and A. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, I couldn't get that. That's a question. Please show that guy. Play these three chords in order. D, G, and A. Okay, that's answered your question. Now I can play that so many different ways. D, D, G, A, D, G, A, D, G, A. So you should be able to play those so many different ways. Those are really basic chords. You should know how to play them in bar chords. Now let me see. Let me get off this. I'm just making a screenshot of all the questions. Yeah. I'm just making some screenshots of all the comments that you guys made, to see if there's anything I want to show you guys later. I appreciate you guys. I got a lot of comments today on YouTube too. So let me say bye to everybody and thank you guys. Have a great day and we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. I'm about to say bye on TikTok and now. Okay. Oh wow, I had a lot of viewers on TikTok. And now let me see. Everybody on YouTube, you can watch this after. Okay, I'm gonna have the playback right after this. Okay. So thank you everybody. It was really fun. And I'll see you guys. Bye bye on YouTube. Bye bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and I'm just here to talk about my workshop that's coming up tomorrow. And I haven't been on Facebook or my groups or anything in a while. Actually, I've been mostly streaming to Instagram and YouTube. But right now I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and my Facebook group called Behind the Scenes with Ron Jackson. So tomorrow I have a special event happening. I'm actually I hope this is the right. Oh, yeah, this is in the right direction. Great. I have a jazz improv workshop tomorrow on Lively. The link is actually on my announcement here. Just go there and you can sign up. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm going to be doing a workshop about jazz improvisation, particularly for people who are beginning jazz improv. So you can sign up. You can watch them all over the world, actually. And you can watch the playback for 7 days. Okay. And I see, Amit over there on YouTube. And thank you for watching. So yeah, so I'm going to be doing this workshop tomorrow, and this is a last minute announcement for everybody to come watch that. Okay. And I'll be talking about some different techniques. I'm going to be talking about the Barry Harris technique of improvisation, where you practice your scales the way he does over chord changes. Okay. And also, I'll be talking about, learning different phrases that you can actually use immediately to start improvising. Okay. And it's going to be really fun. Let me show this nice comment from Ahmed. I don't know where you're at, Ahmed, but thank you for watching. You're on YouTube right now, and I really appreciate you guys, all my followers on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and my all the people all the new people in my group behind the scenes with Ron Jackson. So we'll be talking a lot about different kinds of things, and it'll be kind of fun tomorrow. So come on by and check out my workshop tomorrow. I'll be playing cool tunes. We'll be working on the blues, for example, and also we'll be working on songs like rhythm changes. Hey, thank you, Anna. Good to see you. Anna Miguel says, cool. Ahmed is in California. Great to see you, though. Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, so I'm talking about my jazz improv workshop tomorrow. You can just go to the link on my bio and sign up. It's for Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so people in Europe can actually um, join the workshop too. Because it's not that much of a time difference. In England, it's 5 hours ahead, and in Europe, it's 6 hours ahead. And I know it's the summer and it's harder to get people to come out, but you can. Here's what the flyer looks like, and I'll be talking all about jazz improvisational techniques. Okay, so for the meantime, I'll be using some of these techniques right now, and I'm going to play a song for you guys. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Let me show you some of these comments right here. And thank you everybody who's watching on Instagram and everywhere else that I'm on right now. Okay, let me play you a song right now.